Okay, third time's a charm. Third time's a charm, maybe. Let's see, we're back. PC crashed, but you know, we keep on trudging along. So F5 out there, guys. Let everybody know. Let everyone know that the show must go on. So as I was saying before we crashed, and I don't know what you guys heard before the crash happened, but just for the record, right? I'm not against Java. Java's fine. Java has plenty of positive bullet points to it. Right, has a huge ecosystem, has a huge code base out there to pull against, sample code libraries, you know, for pay components, easy to find Java developers, has a huge community, and those are all great things. I do happen to believe though that C# as a language, as a pure language, is a better language than Java today. Maybe Java will catch up and overtake it. You know, you never know what the future's going to be. But right now, I do believe C# as a language is better. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. And hello to you guys. Give me a moment. Just want to make sure we're up and running correctly. All right, we're back. All right, back to everything compiling. Yay. Let's actually test it, right? We have our sample chat server and chat client. Let's make sure it's working correctly still. Diagnostic tools, you please go away. What happened? Why did my settings not save? Why did my debug settings not save? Not happy with that. You can hide. And you go over here. That was weird. My debug settings got lost. Okay. Back to normal. Start up an instance here. Let's actually start up 2 instances. Right, test 1, test 2, hello! Hi! Okay, good, everything is up and running as it should be. Makes me very, very happy. And I'm gonna go and commit this to the repository. Refactored libraries. Into core client server. And I'm gonna synchronize. Synchronize your swatches. I need to upgrade my internet speed. Nothing to do with my internet speed, but yes, I probably should get more than what I have right now. So what's so what do we got going on here? Who, you know, there was a time when 20 megabits up was enough for everybody. Apply a patch directly to the internet. I did not crash again. No, I'm still here, guys. Am I having some network issues? There's always that possibility. Let me check real quick. Let's make sure we're not. I'm just gonna run a quick speed check, guys. Bear with it for a moment. Nothing like live debugging of your stream. That's always the best thing to do. Okay, that looked fine. Let's see here. That's weird. Go away. So my download is, of course, fine. 300 megabits down. And my upload is 20 megabits. All right, so we're fine. I'm going to stop that before that kills the stream a little bit. If it's buffering a tiny bit, guys, considering refreshing the Twitch page. Sometimes when streams start and stop and you don't refresh the Twitch page, it can have some issues. But if you just F5 the whole browser page, it usually fixes it. But no, I have not crashed again. I think Twitch might be having some problems. You guys, live coding TV guys, everything look fine to you? Okay, just letting them know. Everything good? Yeah, everything looks good to me. Here, I'm gonna put it in here, just if people want to. There we go. Let people know they can find me over on livecoding.tv right now. And hopefully Twitch fixes itself shortly, right? It's not the first time that Twitch has had problems. Not the first time. Definitely won't be the last time. That's right, Mystic. At the same time. It's like magic, man. It's magic going on around here. How? It's not that hard, guys. Poor Cano wax my PC, that'll fix it. Mike, Mystical, are other streams on Twitch having issues as well? I got two Mystic. Mystical is Twitch, other streams having trouble. Mystic, Nginx. If you use your own local Nginx ingest server and stream to that, you can then have Nginx dual publish to multiple endpoints. Random JS dev, it's just temporary, right? It's just temporary until Twitch resolves itself. And I'll let you guys know when Twitch resolves itself. I'll keep checking on it. And we'll see what's going on. Oh, actually, not to burst some bubbles there, but it's possible that Twitch might be back. I'm going to just let everyone know and channel there to F5. If you guys on Live Coding TV, if you want to go back and check Twitch, it's up to you. And hit F5 and let me know. I think it might be fixed. Or it could be up for now and maybe it'll go back down. Who knows, right? It's Twitch, guys. It's Twitch. What's up, Hozo? Hozo's watching through Twitch right now. I think Twitch is fixed. Let's see if everyone jumps back over. Or not. Looking good now, Mystical? All right, excellent, guys. Thanks. Link for Twitch. Watch wherever you would like, Mystic. You can still hang out on Live Coding TV. Watch from there. You can come watch on Twitch. It's the same thing in both places. That is completely up to you. But of course behind. Of course lag behind. But what are you going to do about that, right? All right, I'm going to get myself set back up, and we're going to jump right back in, guys. Shout at me if there's issues. But everything's refactored the way we wanted it to. This is good. This is good stuff. What's our next order of business? Next order of business. I kind of want to update I sort of want to, but I don't think I care enough. When I do all right, that's fine. When I do a lookup system of T, where T is an I system, that's important. As T. Does not have a class construct. All right, as I system class. Sorry, I forgot. There, that should do it. Otherwise, we'll return null. Okay, good. I don't care about adding a system. The type, not so important to me. Right on, Mystic. What are you talking about, Mystical? Okay. Twitch is oh god, Mystical. What are you going about there? Next piece of our puzzle here. I think I'm gonna move our player account, login, whatever system out of the network. It doesn't make sense in here. In fact, because I don't like it that much, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete the whole thing. And in a Brightfrost server, I'm gonna remove all of our player functionality because it doesn't belong there. It belongs at the higher level. And we want to fix up. Oop, what did I do here? Oh, that's right. Gotta have class or struct before anything else. We don't need you anymore. So this can now just be a Bifrost server, like that, in Bob Jungle. Okay. Okay, so now that we've refactored that away, let's start messing around with our entity component system, because I'm gonna add a player, but it's not gonna be a player class. We're gonna add a player component. That's all we want to do, right? And it'll be that simple. And theater. Get it going, Screamer. Theater it up, buddy. And I want you to enjoy that theater. Okay, so we need a... an entity world. Messing stuff up there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna set up an entity world. Interesting. So we'll just have a default entity world. That's fine for us. In our run system, we are going to tick everything down after we after we tick all our systems. We'll process the entities. I don't know why there's a draw command. I'm actually curious. Duplicate. I'm curious what that draw command does. I always love looking at code for everyone, for components. Okay, so there's a update. So what are delta ticks? Oh, we can just call update. Never mind. And this will figure out its internal delta ticks from its own date time right now. So how many ticks? Okay, good. I'm assuming the draw aspect is if you're integrating Artemis from a rendering game engine perspective. What is the system manager? Let's find the system manager. Entity world. Oops. Right, is a new system manager. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think this is if you want to use Artemis essentially as your core kind of game engine. Because it's going to process draw layers. Okay, so we're going to ignore drawing, right? We don't need any of that. We don't want to use any of that. I was looking at a couple things here. All right, that's fine. What are you working on right now? We're working on a real-time game network engine. Had a bare bones session date structure. We could extend to keep our players' session data or server session data. It was an MMO server. So servers should be able to communicate with it. Absolutely, Hozo. That's cool. That's cool, and we might add that, by the way. We might extend our system, right, to support player connections and, excuse me, node connections or server connections, and those will be different components, right? We'll have those as different entity components. All right, okay, so we have our update of our world. Oh, I guess we could pass in delta ticks, but we're not going to do that. We'll let them handle their own delta ticking. Actually, let's go back into Entity World. Update. Let's follow through on what update's actually doing. So it's getting pool cleanup, delay counter. Getting all, it's deleting entities, okay. Okay, so if we're refreshing, it's gonna call the entity manager refresh on a specific entity. Otherwise, we call system manager.update. So back to this amazing system manager. That I can't find. Wasn't it right here? Oh, it's manager maybe. There's our system manager. So this is gonna process, update layers. So they have draw layers and update layers. What is update layers? It's a dictionary of probably a layer order and system layer and a system layer. And systems are what you add. Okay, so let's go back to process then. All right, so what are we gonna process? We're gonna process bag synchronization or asynchronization. These are probably both gonna be very similar, just async or not. So we're going to go through the entity systems. We go through all the systems, so every entity system, we're going to basically say, hey, process. Okay, so now we need to look at an entity system. Which is what we instantiate, by the way. But here's its process. If check processing, begin, process entities. So it's up to you to process them however you want. Queue processing system is probably a system. Process. Okay. Okay. So here's on, change, cool, disabled, remove, so process, that's process entities. I'm assuming all of your entities are gonna get processed in here. That's fine, okay. Woo! What's up, Ellistar? Working on a real-time game network engine. So we can call update, and then all of the entity systems will get processed, which is fine. So let's build out some internal systems, entities, and components that we care about. Let's add a new folder. It's called this entity systems. Add a class. This will be a player system. We actually want to make this public. Well, yeah, public. From the API side. Let's make sure we're doing this correctly. Oh, it's an entity processing system. Or we can do an entity component processing system. I like that better. And in here, we give it the aspect or the components we're looking for, right? So now we need to go define that. Let's call this components. And this is a player component. Is Asgard a game or just a network thing? It's not a game. It's just, we're just developing an open source library for other people to aid in their game development. The first language I learned, first language I learned was C. It was C. Okay, so component. Needs to be a component. We want it poolable. And then I think there's an attribute we want to give this, right? So initial size is resizable, definitely true. Is support multi-threading, true. And when you do resize, let's resize by 5, right? Very, very basic. Okay, so what do we need in a player component? Well, let's have an ID. And so, yep. At the very least, we need an ID, right? Maybe a name. Actually, let's call this display name. And I don't know. For now, I think we'll leave it at that. And we might make this extensible, but I think we'll be okay. Am I using interfaces? Is that the thing after the semicolon? This is not an interface. This is a base class. It's okay, you got troubles. I understand you. I understand you. No, this is not, it's not an interface. It's a base class. Similar, but not the same. And now we need to create player component, string ID and string display name. This name equals display name. Oh, you know what? We should also type in here private net a net node, because what is a player in our system if it's not associated with a connection? Okay. Did I use the old way of doing function paramless in C? Yeah, and it was horrible. From YouTube, and that's the thing I watched today. The syntax looks like that. This is definitely C#. You got troubles? So it is the same syntax, right? Like I interface, it would be the same thing. This happens to not be an interface, it's just a base class. But this is the syntax for inheriting from something, right? I want player component to inherit from component poolable, which happens to be a base class, not an interface. But it could also, we can also inherit from an interface, right? It could also be an I interface. We can have multiple inheritance going on in that kind of fashion. Okay. Oh, and I think we need a cleanup for poolable components because they get cached. And this is bad. This is real bad code. Somebody forgot to put override in there. That would not be good. I would not want to just copy that code. In here, we'll say ID 0, display name. Display name is blank. Blank or null. Just in case it's not. If you want to know what string intern is doing, just ask and I will explain it. I will explain what string intern means. But okay, so we have a player component built, just contains data. It doesn't contain any functionality, very important. But now in here, right, it's our player system, so we want to make sure this has a player component as a requirement. We want to implement. So now whenever a process happens, we will get the player components to this entity. If you create a player component on one client that represents another player, would that have a net node? Kane, that's an excellent question. It would not. It should actually have a net node, but it'll probably have a net proxy node, right? So net node, we probably have to do some refactoring to be a net server node and a net client node. And then the net node should essentially just wrap a object ID back to the server. But I don't know if that we would ever really have that situation. Can I think of what would be a situation where player B would have a player A component? I don't think that should ever happen in our system, right? Instead, player B would have a display entity for player A, but it's not really associated necessarily with that player A specifically. What's up, Millie? Explain. Interning. So, string interning. So, if I was... And this is probably a really bad example. I just wanted to be extremely clear and hopeful, right? Strings take up memory, guys, right? Strings take up memory. So, if I do var stir equals new string of player... Right, this takes up memory, and if I were to do this a whole bunch of times, that's 4 strings that I have to store in memory. Now, there's a trick you can do in C# where essentially you can take this string and you can intern it. Var intern equals string dot intern. So you can intern this string. Now, when I create these 4 string variables, it's only going to take up memory once. The rest of every one of these string variables are going to point back to my interned player string. It only does this if the string matches exactly. You know, if this was capital player, obviously that's a new string. But if it's the same hash code, it will just map back to a globally stored copy of player instead of instantiating new strings all over the place for player. It's really good. Interning's a really, really good trick for static string data in your code that's not going to change. Because you have to be careful. Once you intern a string, there's no way to unintern a string. It's locked in memory for the rest of that session. String.intern is string.empty is already interned. Slating. But if I would have just went string.empty, like that, I would not have been able to have that little conversation and teach people what string interning is all about. But yes, absolutely. String.empty is a empty string, and it's already interned for you. So it's not like this is going to duplicate memory, right? And that's why you should always use string.empty instead of using this, right? Instead of just putting blank string. Now, understand that when this compiles into IL, static strings in your code get interned already, right? So this would even get interned in this case. But that explicitly makes sure that you're going to use it. Tricky, Slatey. Tricky. All right, so we have a player system. Every time we process, we will get back players. But what do we want to do? What other overrides do we have, by the way? On added. So when a new entity gets added that has a player component, and when it's removed, I think I want to put both of these in here, and then we have our processing, right? Which will happen every tick. What's up, Metric? What's up, Metric? I'm so thirsty. Oh, that's delicious. Oh my god, that's good. Okay, so what the heck do we even want to do with this data, right? Well, I don't know right now. I don't know if there's anything that's interesting to do with players this way, but let's actually create entities and attach them to let's create entities and attach them on connection, right? After a login. Sorry, lookup system region, system lookups. All right, system. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say that. Get rid of you. Don't want to see you for a while. Okay, so we should actually make this into another system as well. Entity systems, player systems. Okay, good. And we might merge these two. I'm actually thinking I might merge these two. You know, let's do that. So not only is entity system a component system, but it's also going to be an I system. It's also going to be one of our systems. Right? And we'll see if we need to do anything in start stop. We're definitely not going to do anything in tick, probably. We'll handle that in process. I've used to use everywhere. When you think about it, the skull. Uh-oh. Well, I've been around metric, but I'm back. Which implements system, inherits system, dot system, interfaces my system to system that calls system. That's right, buddy. That's right. This is the entity system. I just want to get rid of you. Okay, so let's add a final. Let's get some real code in here, right? Public entity. I want to add a player, which should net node use shorts ID and then string display name. And in fact, that's kind of silly. Let's just add it by passing in a player components, because now that makes more sense. I hate resharper though. Okay, so how the heck do we create entities now, by the way? Oh, we need a reference to the world, don't we? Aha, I knew it! I knew I could get the entity world from the system. Create an entity. We don't need to give it a unique ID. It will give us one for itself. Ooh, or we could give it, all right, no, we won't give it a unique ID. So var entity. And then we want to say entity dot add components of player components of our comp. Oh, we actually should add from pool. Add from pool. Oh, that's right. So I guess this is not going to be a poolable component then. Because that won't make any sense. That's okay. Where are you? Component pool. What are you? What's your base type? An I component. That doesn't seem like what I really want to do. I'm looking on the what I want to use. Oh, or okay, it is just I component. Well, there you go. Okay, so then we don't need cleanup, which is good. Just need that. And then we just want to add component, bring that back in, and then return our entity. Yes. Resharp or free for open source projects. Yep. I think that trumps your open source oh, Mystical. Oh, Mystical. All right, so we can now add a player, and we get back an entity, by the way, which is cool. We need a way to look up get, and we'll have it from our player ID. And to do that, entity world. Let's see how we search for entities. Get entity, right, and I guess that's just an entity ID. There should be a way for me to do this. Hopefully, right, hopefully. Oops, not that version. Let's go look. So obviously we can get in any by an ID. That's super fast. And maybe that's probably smart for us to do, is to cache these. Because you probably don't want to do like a heavy lookup otherwise. Aren't you supposed to add components to existing entities instead of creating a new entity? Kane, it depends on your use case, right? In this case, we want to create the entity for the player. But, you know what? I guess you are right, yes. That's why I'm just wrapping this as a helper. Let me think about that for a second, though. One book, I say that it is better to name an implementation of an interface as an implementation rather than naming naming it concrete versus naming it. If it's an interface, you probably don't want to name it concrete blah blah. Huh, what? What's up, Nerdfall? This is an open source game server library that we're developing. So, okay, if we just are looking to add to an existing entity, but in this case, the entity's probably not going to be created yet, is my point. But I will, I'm going to give that as an option. So then we'll say if owner is null, if it's the default, let's create the owner. That way we support both use cases now, right? But then more importantly, we need to do some caching. And we're gonna have two lookups. We're gonna have two quick lookups. U short to entity, player ID lookup. And then we'll also have another dictionary of netnode. To entity, player node lookup. So we're going to use both of these. It's my world, I can do whatever I want. Thank you so much. And more importantly, by the way, in our add method, we are not going to do management of our lookups. We're not going to do that. We'll get back to you. Instead, we're going to use the entity systems on added, on remove. So for whatever reason, we attach a player component to an entity some other way, it'll all get filtered through our player system, and it'll always keep our lookups up to date. And these should be concurrent dictionaries. So that we can be multi-thread safe, right? All right, so when we add an entity, we just want to var player comp is equal to entity.get components player component, so that we can add it to the lookup correctly. Player ID lookup, try add player comp dot. Did I not expose those publicly? That was special of me, right? ID to our entity and player node lookup, try add player comp of. Should probably expose that as well. To entity, okay. And same thing when we remove. We can get the components, and then we can do a player ID try remove. Let's just copy this code. It's very similar. They say that people using your code should not know specifics about your concrete implementation, should only be working through interface stuff. Knowing that's true, Mystical. That's a true at an API level. Sorry, we just need to try and remove. Try remove. Oh, oops. Entity removed. Because it wants to return the entity that it removed. But we don't care. Okay, so now we have some lookups. We can do a get by our ushort, right? So we can say entity ret entity if, and we'll get back null by default, so we'll be okay there. We just want to say player ID lookup, try get value of ID out ret entity, and return it. And let's add a lookup by net node. Okay, there we go. What's up, Tech Andy? How you doing, buddy? All right, so now back on the Asgard server. How do we instantiate? This is a good question to look at. Make sure we're going to do this correctly. Under the docs. How do you add a system to a world? Well, let's see. Let's just see, shall we? So creating, we want to create a player system. Player system equals new player system. Var player system dot entity world. See, maybe on the system manager add set system. Entity systems dot player system. Can I pass in? I can pass in a player system. I can give it a game loop. Oh, I don't think we have to do that, but we should set that. Let's go back to our player system, set an attribute. Okay, our execution type, we want to be synchronous. We don't want it to be asynchronous. The game loop type is update. It's probably render or draw. Yeah, update. And in what order should it update, right? So that's fine for us. Apparently I copied too much. Oh, I wonder if this... We'll see if we break in anything here. So we shouldn't have to add this way. I think when we create a new entity world, it's going to reflect over the types and find our system, and it's going to create it for us. And we're going to debug that to make sure. And if that's true, then we can get the var player system is equal to entity world system manager dot get a system of player system. Because we want to add that internally to our own system. And we'll give it a name. Our player system. And we don't care about the... Oh, well, yeah, we don't care about the run order. Whew! All right, what's going on in chat? I figured out basic classes from yesterday. What's that, Assenburgers? This is the first foray into streaming. You're programming at delved as far as I can in clean network code. That's good, Mystical. Is this going to be a game engine? Assenburgers, it will be, yes. It'll be a server game engine, not a rendering game engine. Oh, base classes. Oh, our crazy weird problem we had yesterday. Oh my god, that was driving me bonkers, man. I drove me so bonkerific that I blocked it out of my memory. What's point? I'm just trying to catch up in chat here. I should add rendering, Assenberg. Why would we add rendering? That's not our goal, buddy. That's not. There are tons of client-side game engines and rendering engines out there. There's tons of them, right? I'm curious to see if this is gonna work. And it does not work because we have a system manager and we have no systems. Oh, you know, Alright, I want to check something else out now. So this has a player system. It doesn't have an entity world, of course. But as we create the entity world, still no entity world, and still doesn't work. So, alright, so I guess that does not auto associate. Which means we should go look at we're going to go look at that attribute and see what the hell it's actually doing. That's what we're going to do. Attributes. What's a processor? Oh, maybe that's what we are supposed to. We're not doing correctly. Is setting up a processor. Entity. All right, let's do a search through here. And we can also look at their sample code, huh? See, they create a processing system. Which is a standard processing system. Oh, this is not what I care about. Keep on looking. System manager, here we go. So this is in, initialize all. So we probably need to call, we don't call this. What calls this? This will loop through and find everything for us. Okay, so now we need to see who calls initialize all. I love when there's like bad documentation in third-party libraries. Oh, we can pass that in. If set to true, process attributes. Pass through here, there will be no need to call entity world dot initialize all. Okay, good. So we were close. We were close. There's some stuff we need to pass here. Is sorted entities. We'll keep that fall, true, and true. Now I bet it'll work. So if we look at here, we go to our system manager. We have systems. And we can get a copy of our system. We can add it to our internal list if it did not break. Oh, I'm a dummy. I am a uber dummy. This needs to be a list. Because we need to support systems of the same run level. Okay, so now this is going to be the list of systems. If sorted try, does this have a try get add? It does, right? Try get value, sorry, y'all. Of our key, which is the run order out systems. Oh my god. Let's fix this right. Let's fix it right. And if it's not there, systems equals new list. Systems. And then sorted systems of run order is equal to this blank list. All right, so now we can get rid of you and just say systems dot add system. Okay, so that part's fixed. Let's go get the other side. Ah, so delicious. Ah, so good. Right on Assenburgers, I like it. It's all about the clang. It's great for auto-generating code. That's true, actually. That is true. All right, so sorry, error list in sorted system. Oh, we don't need. Trying to add a system. This needs to be the same as our internal systems here. And actually, let's stop duplicating code. Add internal system of name system run or run order. Right, because we've verified, we already did our check. That's all we were trying to do here. And then for each system list, and then for, actually we'll call it the run order. And then for each var system in run order. Grab this and change that to tick of delta. And then grab this for shutdown. Basic run order list, right? Okay. Whew. There's not really anything in C# for rendering. I'm going to give you a link right here. I'm going to give you a link in chat, and this is what you want to look for if you're in C# and you're trying to do good rendering. sfml.net. You can use the sfml bindings in .net. It's built on top of the C bindings for sfml. But that is a good way to do rendering in C#. Or you can use DirectX. Oh, Tech Andy, that's a nice thing someone said to me today. Why are you trying to butter me up, buddy? SFML's for 2D only. Yes, that is true. So you want a .NET, I mean, obviously, Unity is not a .NET library, right? It's a full engine. But that's where DirectX is going to come into play. And of course, that's low level, right? I guess, is there a good .NET 3D rendering library? There probably is. I'm just not thinking of anything off the top of my head. Monogame? Okay, that's true. There is Monogame. Your screen, that's all you need. You should actually look into Monogame, Assenbergs. Yeah, 3D rendering libraries are sparse in general. That's very true. But if you want to render to Android or iPhone, if you want to do all that stuff and Linux, you should look at Monogame. Or if you just want to write your own because you're having fun writing your own, that's okay too. Sorry, what the heck are we doing here? Our player system is up and running, and we can do lookups into our player system, right? And it's an entity system as well. So, for instance, from our chat server, let's pull up the chat server, right? Where we do logins. So here we get a login packet, and before we were holding our own set of users and connections, we're gonna nix that. We're gonna get rid of that. We will send back a login response. That's cool. But now I want to say var player system is equal to get. Why can't from an Asgard server lookup system? That's why. All right, so we want a lookup system of player system. You know, I think I'm gonna make a small refactor here. I'm not liking the idea of, because there's never going to be two systems of the same type registered. That doesn't make any sense to me. So since that's a constraint that we can go down with, we can actually change our dictionary to a type to an I system, and this will make sense here in a moment. So when we add an internal system, now we're going to pass in a type. And we'll say var type is type of T, and that's our key now. And same thing in add system. And this is being add pass through. And then we do a lookup of the system. We don't pass anything. We just get var type is type of T, and we use that as the key. And that will, of course, return T. T has to be a class in an I system. That all makes sense now. You had to manually write support for border color texture address mode in a shader reported from HSL to GSL for WebGL. Damn, that sounds horrible. Doesn't have a packets library built in. Using var is not bad practice. Who told you var was bad practice? You can't do type. This doesn't work, buddy. Right? That doesn't work because this is the type of T. This is the class. This is T, right? So that doesn't work. And who told you that using var was bad practice? Using var is not bad practice. Using var is bad in these type of situations. Var result equals execute logic 2012, right? And pass 1 and 5. Using var in this instance is bad because I don't know what execute logic 12 does or what it returns, so I don't know what var is going to be. However, it's perfectly and utterly fine, not bad practice, to do something like this because I instantly know that var is a type, right? Because we're doing a type of. We know what type of returns. It's a built-in function. It's very specific. It returns a type. It's all good, Proton. You know I love you. So var, not bad practice, just like goto is not evil when used appropriately, right? Goto, not evil, guys. Goto actually has plenty of valid uses in software if used appropriately. Okay, back to what we were doing with that little refactor. So that way we should be able to just call lookup player that we need a reference to Artemis, of course. Are we okay with, I think we're okay with that because you're gonna need Artemis for a lot of stuff. But our network library, I did not want to have them reference it. Code isn't evil, programmers are nice. Why not object type equals type of t? Because that's a cast, Proton. Because that is an implicit cast that costs cycles to cast back and forth. Yeah, and var is a compile time, not runtime semantics. var will get replaced at compile time with the correct type so that there's no casting going on. Whereas if you use object, it's going to take the type, type, and cast it to object, and it's going to cast that back to type when we need it. No problem, Proton. C# goto, dumbest idea. Not even Asenberg's. Even goto in C# has use cases. Okay, so we have our player system. We looked it up, right? And we want to add. We want to add a player, a new player component. Okay, so player component needs an ID is equal to 0. Display name is equal to object.username. And net node is equal to object.connection. Right, so now we got a login packet. We say that they're valid because we don't care about actually logging in. And now we've just built not just a player component, but also instantiate a new entity for us. And we can use that to look up later. Of course, we're in a little bit of trouble right now because we don't have player IDs in the chat server, but I don't think we care about them. Goto is really bad at cross methods. Yes, guys. Goto, keep it within your stack frame. Absolutely on that one. Do not do a goto to another method. I don't think C#, yeah, C# I don't think allows it. Obviously, you can do it in C, but that's really bad. That is actually really bad. What's up, Curtis Beef? Yeah, guys, I don't know. Everyone's like up in arms about GoTo. GoTo is fine. GoTo has plenty of valid uses across all languages. And there are situations where GoTo is the better solution than other solutions. C should just die. Oh, never say that. Come on, that's not nice. I don't need player system anymore, right? Because this is now a player system. What am I doing? Go away. We probably have one more like this. Bifrost server. And we don't need to look up that. Ooh. This is in our... Why are we adding that twice? What was I doing here? That's okay, that's better. That should go away. That's how we want to do that. And this is no longer needed. Bob's your uncle. Okay. Does C# allow default implementation of methods in interfaces? No. That's what abstract classes are for, or base classes. No, interfaces are peer interfaces in C#. If an interface started, if in C# they allowed interfaces to start implementing methods, all of a sudden that's not an interface anymore. Right, that's just not an interface anymore, and it kind of breaks the semantics of what C# deals with. That's what either a base class or an abstract class is for. And you can have an interface, and then you can have an abstract or base class that implements that interface to give you your default method implementation that you want, and then you can make it virtual, or you can make it not virtual if you don't want people to mess with it, internal or private or public, right? You can do all that type of stuff, because inherently an interface is all public. Man, everyone is still on this GoTo binge, huh? Everyone's loving the GoTo binge. Okay. What do we want to do but possibly test? Oh, we got a couple other things we need to do. So now we have our player system, right? And we're adding a player to it correctly, which means I'm just going to nuke this. I don't want you anymore. Instead, we have to probably build in some functionality here. All right, so we want to get the hoo of this, but we have the connection, so this is easier. So we can get the player system is equal to look up system player system, and then once we have the player system, we can go find the player entity is equal to player sys dot get from the connection, and then from that we can say if player entity not equal to null, who is equal to player energy dot get component of player component dot display name. All right, so that's how we who it up. Else, who is empty string. Well, right. Let's be consistent. Now comes something we need to do. We need to go add this to our player system. We have a way to look up a player. We need a public let me check how I want to do this. Get all connections, because I don't want to get all players. I just want to get all the connections. And essentially we can just get this from the keys. Right, so this is an I collection of net nodes. A little bit of a shortcut because we already have it. We already have that as a list. We don't have to do any type of transformation. We can just get all of the connections, and we want to be able to use that from here. Just say grab the player system, and we can always cache this, by the way. Right, we don't have to keep looking it up. We can cache it and store it as a variable, but this is just a sample application. So player system get all connections, and convert that to a list. I'm already getting the player system above. I don't need to grab that again. And there we go, right? And then we can send it out. What's up, Thesa? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Sorry, I was not looking at chat. What's up, what's up, what's up, my friend? I'm just catching up on chat. Man, everyone is still on this go-to Holy War. Everyone is on the go-to Holy War, guys. Why do I make get all connections a method and not a property? I make it a method and not a property only for the simple fact that get all connections is potentially going to have to do some type of processing work to get those connections. Whereas properties should typically be should basically be public facades in front of variables, right? That's usually how I look at, for the most part, properties versus methods. Also, properties, if it's very light transformation, it's fine. But if it's going to need any type of heavy transformation, I usually like to make it a method. That's just me, though. Everyone's a little different. All right, I think I'm caught up with chat. Now you're discussing switches. Hozo, I love it, man. That's what chat's for, right? But there you just access a property. I don't have... yes, right now we are just accessing a property. That might not always be the case, right? It depends on how we end up landing on that list. Get all connection. Get all connection. No, it's fine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Thisa? What the heck? Anyway, okay. Back to our chat. I think we're fine here. It's time to test. Make sure we didn't really break anything. I'm expecting us to have broken something out there. Something is going to be broken here, right? It has to be. Well, good so far. Let's make sure we can replicate messages. And there we go. Okay, good. So we have a player system now. It's abstracted away. I want to make the player system a little bit more generic, by the way, for the type of component. I'm trying to think how I can make that happen. Because right now we have a player component, but I almost want, I want you to be able to design your own player component, right? Because right now we have an ID display name and a network node, but maybe you don't care about any of that. The network node is going to have to stay. That has to happen. So maybe we'll let you just subclass player node, and we'll work around that. I think that's what we'll do. Oh, I see, typo. Let me look at it again. And just make my friend happy over here. Get all connectons. Let's get all connectons, right? Let's just get all connectons. I like get all connectons. Connections. Okay, how to do this, how to do this. And work within Artemis, basically. So we want to make this an abstract class, actually. I don't want anybody to actually use a player component. As you can see, we're going to run into some issues here, right? Because instead, in the player system, I'm going to, let's see, player, player type. Let's create this as a type system. And we'll pass that in instead. Where player type is a player component. Not is. Okay, so let's replace all player components with our player type. In a player info, yep. But I want to make this a little bit more generic. And we will have some technical stuff. Like every entity, by the way, has an ID already, so that's fine. You don't have to worry about that. That's a floating ID, right? That's a session ID. Maybe you have an account ID or a internal player ID that goes back to some data set, things like that. Okay. So we want, we're going to get rid of lookup by ID, because that is not going to work anymore. But we want to extend this to give you some callbacks to make things easy. And that also means we should not add this here. We need to add that in a different place. What's up, Dragon? What's up? Okay, sorry, I'm just thinking to myself how I want to do this. So in our chat server, let's start building it from bottom up, and maybe that'll come to us. So let's create a player object, which is from a player component. We need to instantiate it. And then our chat server. From the Asgard side, I think we're just gonna add a I just want to add a check on internal add that if type is, but is that gonna, if type implements our base, but that won't work. Will that work? Will that work? No, that won't work. Unless we make a interface out of it. And then that can work. And we can make that internal. Yeah, we can do that as a shortcut. So we have an interface here, and it's going to do kind of absolutely nothing, to be completely honest with you. I just want it as a way to tag people implementing their own player systems of a specific generic type, so I can always go back to a base type. And we're going to use that here because we need a shortcut in the server, because we get the type, right? But we also have the system, so we can see if system is an iPlayer system. To entity system. And if for some reason we end up doing something similar to this more than once, I don't know if we're going to, but if we do, we'll refactor to bind it differently. What's up, Issa? You're writing some kind of engine or a game, and if it's a game, which game engine? Nope, it is a real-time network game engine, not for a specific game. Okay, so if that is true, oh, this is, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. That's okay. Just means in our player system, we do not want to implement the auto attribute, because we're just going to do it ourselves. Entity manager dot, not entity manager, system manager. That we want to set a system, and the system is of type T. We have the instance. We know what game loop type we want to do. It's an update. We know what layer it should be in. No, we actually don't care about the rest of that stuff. We want the defaults. And this needs to be as T. Will this, well, we just need to get this into, why don't we have a constraint on T? Why don't we have a, what we do is as system, right? That's probably not going to work. There's no boxing. Oh, so we don't. That's fine. That we can fix this. Right. Where T is a class. Should fix our issue here. Wait, hold on. Because there's no, is there a generic set? Maybe we're in a little bit of trouble here. It's the only, oh no, I can go to systems. I can add this way. Entity system as an element. I could add it that way. It's probably not the best. It's probably not the smart way to do it. This is probably the way we need to do it, but we don't have a constraint on T, and there's no non-generic way to add. In terms of scale, HISA, we haven't gotten to that stage yet of what kind of scale we want to try and handle. But obviously, right, when you guys talk, by the way, when we start talking about scale, HISA, right, when we start talking about scale, there is no network engine out there, that single network engine, single node that is able to handle, millions of packets a second, right? There is nothing out there that can do that. That is just impossible. That's where distributed systems start coming into play, right? And how you do your distributions up to, you can round robin, you can load balance, blah, 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 right? But assuming your system can handle distributed nodes, right? So you can handle, and you got to figure out how you're going to split up your game across those nodes. Do you have islands? Do you have zones? Do you just have areas? Do you have worlds? Do you spin up separate game instances on different nodes to handle your load, right? But there is no component out there that handles like millions of packets per second per server, especially in a game sense. Because there's more than just packets happening in a game world, right? Okay, so this is not going to work, by the way. We just need an overload. Add entity system of T. T of system. Int run order equals 1. Let's have a specialized version of this. Yeah, I know. That's a kernel though, right? That's at the kernel level. That's not in application. That's not in user space. I know what you mean, Keith. I know what you mean. So right now, we're not at that layer, right? We're still on the building blocks layer. But that is it's not necessarily really hard. It's definitely difficult here. I'm going to give you guys a paper here. gonna give you guys a good paper. It's a Microsoft research paper, and it's actually used in some video games today. I'm gonna put it. I'll paste in the chat. And it's called Project Orleans, and it's essentially Thesa. It's kind of what you're getting at, right? It gives you a programming model to develop a distributed and desynchronized systems easier than it would be without this model, right? So it's an actor model. Yeah, it's definitely game specific. It's not something you can really build at an engine level. That is very true. Now, of course, you can make an engine that's extensible so that you can build that game logic, that distribution model in that engine at game layer level. Yeah, and I doubt .NET or C# or Mono or .NET or C#. I don't think they can handle that kind of load either. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the reality that we live in. Halo, yeah, that's right. Halo runs on it. Skype runs on it. Azure actually does not run on Orleans. They run Azure, and I think what you're probably thinking about is Azure Service Fabric, and Microsoft, of course, has their own internal version of Service Fabric. Service Fabric is an actor system. It doesn't actually use Orleans. It's very similar, right? But it is an actor system. It's a stateful actor system, but it's not Orleans. But Halo absolutely does use, because the Project Orleans stuff actually came from Halo. Quality settings are back, everybody. Yeah. Would that work for, let's say, Netflix? Possible, Hisa, possible. I mean, Orleans is pretty cool stuff. Yeah, if you look at Service Fabric on the surface, it's like, oh, this must be using Orleans, because they're both stateful actor systems, but they're not. They're similar, but not. Okay, sorry. Right, we want to add a generic system, or do we want to add an entity system? And we got to have some constraints here. Where T is an entity, I'll get to that, but also where T is an I system. What did I break here? Just making sure I got all this right. Just make sure we have the right constraints set up. And this really should be T, and that should be T. And that should be a list size system, actually. Okay, so we want to add internal system. We still want to be able to do that. And then after we add the internal system, we want to add it to the world. Entity manage, not entity manager, system manager. We want to set the system in this fashion. We only deal with the update in our world. And that's all we care about. All right, so now what am I missing here? Entity system. Oh, we don't need class because entity system is a class, by the way. And that will solve that problem. Okay. Right on, Hisa. Oh, nice. You have a small Node.js cloud. So are you using Node.js essentially as a bunch of microservices? And a whole bunch of microservices. I'm actually in the middle of architecting a extremely large-scale Azure Service Fabric microservice workflow system. Back to, all right, I think I have this set up correctly. Let's go make sure. So we have our player object now, and we can add whatever we want, right? And for us, we just want a public string display name. And we want to make sure we can pass that in. String display name. So many buzzwords, Beef, I know. Oh, right on, right on. Your brain exploded. I'm so sorry, the amount of buzzwords I just threw out there in like in the span of 5.5 seconds. I can get into marketing mode. Let's do this. Okay. We want to create our... So var player system is equal to a new player system of our player objects. That's how we roll. And then we want to add entity system of player objects. Right, and pass in player system. Oh my god, that kind of worked. That sort of worked. Wow. And since we added the player system, we can store it. Right, we can just keep it. And now we don't have to look it up anymore. Because we have a reference to it. And now we have this, and this is a player object, and we don't have ID anymore. Where am I screwing up? This is a player object. And there we go. Oh man, we're gonna try this here in a second. Right now you're playing with app domains to provide C# support. That's cool. Yep, right up. Let's do this, guys. Fingers are crossed right here. Super crossed, super fingers, super test time. Oh my god, it's working. Uh-oh. Something is not working. Uh-oh. We're not, and we'll debug it right now. We're not getting back our player list. Uh-oh, right? Our connections are 0. And if we step in, let's go to our player system. And that is because... Why is that? I think I know why. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. And in my head, I am thinking I would know why, but I guess I don't. Let's see. On added, on removed. Let's see if process gets called. And here's a get. Here's there. And let's just breakpoint all over the place. Bitcoin, do we do a cloud? In a cloud, we already use a cloud with VMware and Puppet. Do we run all of our servers? Would Docker containers be enough instead? That's a question you guys got to answer for yourself, right? But that is a big question. That is definitely a big question you got to answer. Okay, so we're gonna add. We created, added. So nothing is getting called here. It's as if no processing is happening. Because this should at least get ticked, and it's not. So let's. Why is that? Why is that? All right, we're updating the world. We're ticking a world. I might link to the debug library. I think I'm gonna do that real quick, just so we can step through and see what's going on. Let's do it. Hopefully this gives me a PDB. Otherwise, we'll go rebuild it with a PDB. Nope, no PDB. Who in the right mind builds a debug library and does not package up the PDB with it? Who does that? That's our solution. That's our solution. Let's take a look here. Debug. What am I looking for? I'm thinking, why oh, that's release, sorry. We're not optimizing, good, interesting, fine. .NET, I believe, always generates a PDB, right? I think it's because there's an X copy going on and they're not getting the PDB as a post-build step. So let's just fix that. And let's batch build, rebuild all. And okay, let's go back to this. Let's see if we got a PDB now. Believe. Let's go find this folder. Okay. Debug PC. So there is a PDB now. Okay, good. But the what is the problem? Why don't we step in? We have the PDB. We have what we need. Let's rebuild everything, I guess, just to be on the safe side. Let me look at modules here. Artemis has no symbol file loaded. Okay, let's load symbols. I guess it's I don't know why it didn't copy it. It should have found the symbols. Maybe it's because it's out outside our root folder, but that's okay. Oh, the symbols don't match, which now is making no sense on that. That is making no sense. Let's rebuild. One file copied. File not found. No PDB found. That's for release. Oh, okay, hold on. Configuration debug. Rebuild. Right, so we have what we need. Stop debugging here. Build clean. Rebuild. Okay. Let's take another step. Take another look. Haha, Hisa. Do I make deals? I put those prices up so people would probably not bug me about that. Why is the symbol bad? Well, not bad. Why are symbols not matching? Oops. Why am I going in the wrong folder? That's not making any sense. That is making 0 sense right now. That's a weird timestamp. That's a weird time. All right, what the heck's going on? You know what? Let's do this. I bet you. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I needed to remove it. Oh, that's for my imports and re-add it. Wrong one. That's the one. Let's see. It's gonna re-add. Let's just look at properties here. So that's pointing to the right place. Crossing fingers. Crossing fingers. And still, look at the timestamp on this. The timestamp on this is ridiculously weird. Okay, let's try this again. Let's clean the solution. Let's actually go to the folder. Make sure it's deleted. Go away. And if we want to get fancy here, don't you love it when you get weird issues like this? Aren't these the best weird issues? See, that's the right timestamp on it. What am I looking for? Imports. Copy and replace, just to be on the safe side. Delete you again. Oh, I'm referencing Artemis in a couple places. That's what's going on. It just dawned on me what the freak the problem was. So this will fix it actually by just doing a file copy, since I reference it from a few places but in the same location. Okay. That's what was going on. And there we go. Right now we got the symbols, guys. Woo! Holy smokes. I actually don't want to do this yet. All right, now I want to do it. I want to give it some time to make sure the player manager's updated. All right, let's see what the heck update actually does. System manager update, process our layers. Right, so we have an index, we have our entity system. We're going to get the entity, which that's our one entity system. We want to process it. Oh, we need to, it's enabled, okay. I guess we can disable a system, that's funny. Let's check begin, nothing. Process entities. So it has no entities, so let's put a breakpoint in here for when we do have an entity. And nothing in the end. Nothing there. So I want to make sure nothing else is going to happen. Okay. Get rid of you. So we need to get a chat client connected. Okay. Right, so we want to create an entity. We want to add our... Oh, this is our problem. I'm adding a player component, guys. That's the bug. It should be adding a player type, not player component. But just to be on... Yeah, so let's fix that. Come on, and eight. So there's our server. Start up a new instance. Xbox and everything. Oh, you know it, Hisa. You know it. Let's see. Get type. Interesting. Like, this is probably for fast lookups. They probably cache types and give this a component type for fast lookups. That's going to be my guess. Create a new bag. We're going to set that right. So we want to set the component with that entity ID and good stuff. Okay, now there we go. Entity is added. We can get the player comp, which has all of our data. We can do an add in there. I'm happy right now. Now we can start processing even. And this will get called, right? So there's our entity. There's our object. Good on us. And now if we add a second chat node, everything should work. Don't need you anymore. Get rid of, well, let's make sure we actually have connections. Good. Don't need you. And good. Right, everything's replicating now. All right, and let's make sure remove is working, by the way. I forgot to make sure remove is working, so let's wait for that to time out because we did not build in a disconnect to our test client, so we gotta wait for the socket to time out. Oh my God, may it be with you too, Russell Ocean. May it be with you. Close the stuff down. I'm just giving this a moment, guys. Catch up on all these screens here. But so why are we waiting for this to hit? I'm definitely happy now with the refactoring we've done on the player system, right? So now you as a game using this game library, this game server library, you define your own player component objects to give your own properties. I don't care about that. That's completely up to you. And all you have to then do is instantiate a player server for your player object type and add it as an entity system, and we're off to the races. And Bob's your uncle. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna tell you guys about something else in C#. Maybe you're not so familiar with. I'm just waiting for the disconnect to happen. I think we have the timeout set pretty high, as in multi-minutes. We'll probably want to adjust that down, but we'll expose that so you can adjust that down. But I just want to make sure the disconnect actually happens. And if it doesn't, it means, hey, we got a bug we should go fix. Actually, let's make sure we're doing this correctly on disconnect. Because we did test disconnecting at some point. Where did we put that? We add, oh, you know what? You know what? We're not doing anything on disconnect. So we'll have to implement that and test that. But yeah, we're actually not doing anything for disconnect. In our, oh, that's our chat server. This is where we would have, we should be registering with the disconnect callback. Okay, so I'm just gonna stop it. One thing I just wanted to point out to everyone. C# will actually derive your generic template types from the object type when it can, and in most places it's able to do it no problem. So this is actually completely unneeded. Even though add any system is a template type, I don't have to pass in the type that is player system, because player system is a very specific type, and that's how we're calling it. And as you can see in Visual Studio 2015, it actually gives you a helper that if you hit Control period, it will, the name can be simplified. If we just hit enter, you'll see it's gonna take it away for us. So even though this is still just a generic function, right? This requires a template. C# will infer that for you and simplify your life. Actually, HISA, that's been in .NET since at least 2.0. Now, the simplification, doing automatically clicking this, hit Control Enter, remove, that's 2015. The fact that the CLR will infer the type for you has been around since 2.0. Yeah, type inference and generics, exactly. It's been around forever. Most people just don't realize it, don't know it, don't use it. And right, so we can also remove chat system. There's a lot, and that's what if you don't have Visual Studio 2015, by the way, guys, you should definitely upgrade when you can. It's so nice. Showing up in Visual Studio proper now, absolutely, right? Sorry, I got off track a little bit, but I thought it was important to cover because I think it's a good thing for people to know. And it's so interesting because when I interview C# developers, and I would ask that question to like an intermediate C#, intermediate to advanced C# developer that we were hiring for a position, I might ask that kind of question. You'd be surprised how many .NET developers have no idea what's going on there. Working on a Mac right now, have to use Zarman. Oh, the pain is real, buddy. The pain is real. Are you using Mono or are you using .NET Core though? Come on, how cool are you? Tell me how cool you are. Okay. Let's get disconnects in there. Just real quick. I just need to make sure they're working. So in our chat server implementation, on where is the yeah, let me I gotta remember how we do this. It's at the network level. Do I need to expose this up? I think that's why this is, we expose it at the network level. But then we're not registering with it. We need to, yeah, we need to expose it. Or do we? Oh no, actually we don't. This is what we do. I'm being silly. When do I add? When does this happen? This happens here. I know where it's supposed to happen. So in starts, right, we get the network server on disconnect. Uh-oh. I guess we did not refactor this, and I will go do that. This should be a net node. These should be net nodes now. We can raise it that way, but then I want to handle it as a net node. As a net node. Let me see what errors we have. Oh, no errors. That was easy. So on a disconnect, let's say var player. I don't even have to look up. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get var player entity. We're going to be a true chat server. We're going to be a very true chat server here. We'll go to the player system. We want to get based off the connection. All right, so once we have the entity, var if player entity not equal to null, if it's a, because we're gonna get disconnect events even if they're not players, by the way, right? So if somebody connects and they fail authentication and then close out the application, we're still gonna get a disconnect notice, but they might not be a fully established player or server or node or whatever. I see most people using this variable in class. This, of course, it is HISA. Have I done anything with Arnold C? Not yet, Spyro. Get to the chopper. You compiled Core FX, though, but Army doesn't want it. That sucks. What cast is that, Canuck? What cast are you talking about? All right, so player entity. We have a player entity, so get the player comp. We'll just call it player data, right? Is equal to player entity get components of player object. And then from the player data, I'm going to send out. I'm going to create a chat packet. Var chat packet equals new chat packet, and chat packet dot message equals I'm just gonna be lazy. And it's not who, it's player data dot display name. And from, we'll just say system. And it's a chat packet, right? Chat packet. We want to send this out to our player system.connections, and we want to scrub away player data dot network node. We don't want to send it to our player that this is coming from. This is a to list. Okay, so we're gonna send that out, but then also more importantly, you know what? We can actually be smart about this. I require that? I'm gonna go fix that in a second. What is the is ambiguous? Oh yeah, I got it, okay. We'll fix it in a moment. Because before I go do all of this funness, after I get the player, after I create the packet, I want to player system remove. All right, so let's go back to how I was doing this. Right, you don't immediately remove a player from the system. It has to tick for that to happen. Oops. So that's fine. So player data dot network node, put that back. Because what we want to do is say player entity dot remove components of player object. And then that will, right, so now this entity is no longer a player. Maybe take the real type. I can't take the real type, Canuck. We are hiding the real type, so we're abstracting the real type, right? It's not an unsafe cast, by the way. Net node is an object that we've designed to cast between net connection. So it's a safe cast. Right, if you want to look, right, so here's a net node. We have implicit, explicit cast operators to go between net connection and net node, right? And we can also compare all that fun stuff. We do it on purpose. When you leave in a redundant cast, always done it as preference. No, it does not affect. It does not affect the impact of performance, Lisa. Just it's just redundant. That's all. So this is going to remove the component, but I don't think this is immediately, and we're going to debug this to see, and we might not like this, we might not like the functionality that we get from this. So there's on remove, right? Because that's when we remove the player node. And I wonder if entity is going to get deleted. Oh, we might have to see if entity gets cleaned up. If it has no more components. This will be a good test. What's up, Blast McGurk? What's going on, man? Alright, test, all that fun stuff. Take a look at the server. Okay, good. Disconnect our client. Wait for our disconnect message to come in, which we should definitely be getting now. Because we're registering with it. We're special snowflakes. After I get this finished, guys, we're going to do ourselves a little Steam game giveaway. I got some games to give away, damn it. So come in, hang out, relax. Relax. Hey, look, there's our disconnect. Okay, are we able to get the player entity? Hey, we found it. We can get the player data. We're going to create a message, right, from system. And we'll send it. That's all fine and dandy. What happens in remove component? So that's our get type 4. Cool. We don't need that anymore. Create a tuple. So see how we just logged this as components to be removed? So I want to put a break in here for components to remove. So on the next tick, so that this basically does not take any processing power to do this, you can have a background thread running that's kind of ticking your entity systems. If you want to multi-thread it out. Essentially, that's what's going on. Because now, in another tick, right, if we look at the call stack, where this is in player system on remove, if we look at our call stack, this is coming from updating our world. Right, when we run, we update the world. This is going to update the entity manager. We're going to refresh it. This is a change to a component. Right, there's a contains, that's cool. Because there's an on change going on. And if, so it's a remove, and that's where add comes from. So we can call, we're gonna remove the system bit. If the entity is enabled, we're gonna disable it. So it's active, it's enabled, okay. Now we're gonna call on remove, which is where we are at. Right, oh. Uh-oh. So this will not work for us in this fashion. Not again, he said. Not again. The reason this is failing, by the way, is we already removed the component, right? It's been so on removed happens after the component's removed. So that's okay. We just can't. Essentially, we can't use on remove for that. And just like how we add, we're gonna have to add a public void remove entity player. Var player comp is equal to player.gets component of player type. If player comp is not equal to null, this is a valid player entity. On before remove? There is no on before remove. I don't think so. What's the signature of get component? That's the signature. I'm sorry. So we have the component. We can now do node lookup, try remove from player comp. Of our network node out remove to T, which I will define right now. Okay. And then if that's all good, we can then do player remove components of player type. But what I'm use the we overriding. What are we overriding? An entity system. So we want to override this. So we want to use new because we want our own version. Oh, that's right. It's either new or override. And actually, let's take a look at the source code. Entity system remove. What? This is protected. Remove. So this is protected. We don't really need to call this. I'm hoping that the entity, by the way, is going to get garbage collected, and I'm trying to think how I could test that without. I mean, we could subclass entity, we could wrap it in a weak reference, and iterate over it, wait to see if it gets collected. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out, and that's actually a good point. Maybe we should wrap the entity class as a weak reference class. Yeah, so that systems don't. Well, I don't know. I gotta decide. I'll think about it. But I think this will get us into a remove functionality that we're looking for. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about that, and we can actually do this before all of this, just like we wanted to. We can go player system, remove our player entity. Boop, boop, boop. And now we don't care about you. But we do have to go fix up. So this and this is ambiguous, of course, right? I think if you want to use this, you have to pass in a group. Otherwise, we assume you pass in a single node or null for nothing. And that should fix our ambiguity. Doesn't that break the on remove? Nope, because we don't do anything in on remove now. Right, if you look back in player system, we have nothing going on in on remove. This is just telling you, hey, this entity has removed this component. But it's after the entity has removed the component, which I think is a little weird, to tell you the truth. I think this notification should happen before it's removed, so you have a chance to use that data in any type of cleanup. But that's me. Just like on add, the component's already been added in on add, right? You can now use that component in on add. All right, let's test this out. Okay, good. Now we need a second instance here. Test 2, test, everything's good. I'm gonna drop one of my connections and we should get a disconnect notification on everybody else. But if I'm hiding entity remove, will on remove ever be called? Yeah, so Hozo, when you use the new keyword to hide, that means if anyone's calling my derived class, they're gonna call my version of removed, which is not what's going to happen internally in the system. Because internally in the system, it's going to call the base class, which will call the base remove, the correct remove functionality. But if you call my derived version of the class, we're hiding the base remove and using my remove, which is what I want to do. Because remove, by the way, is protected. And I'm hiding it and then making it public so that I can call it externally. Uh-oh. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Line 33 of core, right? Was that of core? Net node line 33. Interesting. Let's put a breakpoint in there. Y is a... Oh, this is me implementing super bad code, guys. If A is null and... what's the best way to do this? If A is null and B is not null, right? Return false, check the inverse. If, actually we don't need to check the inverse because A equals of null will check that for us. But we need to do a check here just to be sure. Same thing here. If A is null and B is not null, this is actually return true because we want to return the inverse. This is not equals, right? So if these are not equals, then yes, return true. Trying to make tic-tac-toe. Do it, McGurk! Do it! Who doesn't love games, right? Whoa! Stack Overflow. I know where the Stack Overflow is coming from. I can tell you where the Stack Overflow is coming from. That's our Stack Overflow. Yeah, that's a good Stack Overflow. Let me check something, actually. What's the Microsoft's guidelines for overloading equal operator? That's what I want to look up. Oh, there's a reference check that they suggest you do first. That's what they do. That makes a lot of sense. Let's give it a try. So this is Microsoft's, this is their recommended way of overriding it, and it makes some sense. So if object.reference equal, by the way, of AB, return true. So if it's the same reference, right, you don't want to do A.equals B and then check underlying properties and things like that. If A and B are point to the same memory location, they're equal. We say they're the same. Which yes, that's right for us. But how we get around the null check, right? You just do object of A equals null, or of course object of B equals null. This is a return false. Basically, if one but not both are null, then obviously it's a false check. Obviously, they're not equal. And we'll just take these and do the inverse. Return false and return true. In net node equals, we do not do the same bug. Because equals is a hard equals check. You don't want to check for references anymore. You don't want to check, this is no longer a A to B scenario. It's this to other object. And actually we could do this, right? So if object is, this is cool. If object is no, return false. That's not a bad idea. I don't think this is ever a scenario, but we do have to check in this case, right? No. And this is false, actually. And that should cover us. Number 9. Is null equal to null in C#? Yes. Otherwise, you're returning null. Note, this is say if A is null or if B is null. If A is null. You're right, because this won't even check B, right? This won't check B at all. In that case, we will just restrict it to here. And we'll do that. Or of course we can add, well, because then we'll do the A equals B check, and this will cover null in that scenario. So, all right, let's debug. Let's debug. Okay, good. Send our string and just disconnect, and let's wait to see what happens. Puka, you can do that, but there's a lot of casting that's going to happen, right? If you do it that way, A equal null returns a Boolean. You gotta cast that because you can't do bitwise operators on Booleans. So you'd have to do a cast and then cast back. It's kind of a pain in the ass. And there we go, right? Disconnected, excellent. And we're still connected and we're good to go. All right. Whew. You're pretty sure I made equals of null, null, false there. Let me go take a look. Let me go. Oh yeah, sorry. This is still our bad scenario. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. But I want to make sure, so if not and object of y not equal to null. Right? So if this is null and that's not null, we return false. Otherwise, we will do x equal to we actually in this case we have to check both scenarios. Otherwise, we can get not and equals. So this will check both sides, right? Because we use properties here, and that would not be good. Just checking elsewhere. By the way, if connection is equal to null, I just want to return 0 for our hash code. We should never really get into this scenario, but just in case, it's not crash. We need to check the other scenario here. So if object's null, we're definitely not equal. No, that one's fine. If these are both null, then obviously we're not equal, so we're good. I still need to check if object A equals null and object of B not equal to null. Return false. Otherwise, we might get a null check on A. By the way, I think this is this should cover. Oh, you know what? We could simplify our life a whole lot here, guys. We can simplify our life a whole lot here. So what's going on? Object reference, since we do this first, this is testing null null for us already. So if we get past this, then we know A and B is both not null. So then we can make the assumption that if A is null or B is null, the other one can't be null because otherwise this test would have passed, and then we could return false, right? Now in this case, if A and B are both null, we want to return false, but we can then do the exact same test here and say return true. And then we should do the reference equal test here of x, y. And then we can do this test of x and y. Does that make sense to you guys? And there we go. We should be fixed. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Makes more sense to you? He said good. Good, I'm glad you're happy. Yep, there we go. Alright, guys. I think it's break time. What do you guys think? Is it break time? CH had other program. Well, if that cast object requires, is that it actually the cast object is required, because if I just we get into a infinite loop here, right? If I just do if A equals null, .NET is not smart enough to understand that I'm doing a operator check within the operator. So this check is going to call back to here, which is then going to get A. It's going to call back to here, right? We're going to get an infinite loop in this little bit of code right here. That's why if we have to cast it. So if we cast it to object first and then check for null, we don't get into this operator compare, because this is specific to this type, not object of object. Yep, that's where the stack overflow came from. All right, guys, let me actually commit this to the world. Refactored our player system. Commit, sync, push, boom, boom, bang, yay! Good stuff. And yeah, let's get a giveaway going up here. Let me do that for you guys. Hold on. Hold your horses. Let me do this. All right, guys, if you're new to the stream or you're old to the stream, either way, it is Steam Game Raffle time. If you're out there, if you can hear the sweet, sweet sound of my voice, all I need you to do is come to chat, type one thing, and you'll have a chance at winning some Steam games. If you're lurking, I love it that you're a lurker. Keep on lurking, that's cool, but please come back to chat for a second. Type anything, one letter, whatever it is, hit enter, and then go back to lurking unless you hear me call your name. Just because you're lurking doesn't mean you can't win some Steam games. So go do that, man. Let's get this sucker built up. When we have enough people in, we'll pull off a couple games. We're in break mode before we get back to work, and we want to give out some games, right? So you click that link I just put into chat, by the way, if you want to see my Steam game inventory for yourself and maybe pre-pick a game ahead of time to keep things flowing. Taliesin FB, thank you so much for the follow there. I appreciate that. We have a few more games besides just those. Let me find them. These are some Humble Bundle games, etc. So here they are. If you would like to pick a Steam game, if you win, that's fine. You can also pick any game up on this list. Anything is available. Let's do this, guys. What's up, Twist? Yeah, lurker. Lurkers lurk. Hey, Calvin. Lurkers be lurking. But yeah, well, let's get this built up, guys. Let's do that. Ask me why. Let's see here. What's the RT in the title stand for? Real time. Real time. Stands for them really times. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab something to drink. When we get back, we'll see where we're at, see if we can draw some names. We're in break mode. If you're out there and you're working, by the way, that's awesome. Maybe you should consider taking a small little break. Breaks are good. Get up, stretch. Give a good stretch. Whatever you got to do. It's break time, though. Maybe you should take a break as well if you're working. But otherwise, I will be right back, guys. I'm going to grab something to drink. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, I'm back. Is it sponsored by Coke tonight? No, Windows. Coke Zero's dropped me as a sponsor, so I had to go pick up a Fresca sponsor. This is the new sponsor, guys. Fresca. It's Fresca time. Let's see. But I just looked, and when we say WinRT, it's Windows. RT could stand for lots of things. Yes, it could stand for runtime. It could stand for real time. In our case, it stands for real time. And why do we say real time in the title, right? So we're building a game server library and platform, and we want to make sure that it's that people understand that the network aspect of that's going to be real time. And we're actually going to start working on that after this break with what we mean by real time. And real time essentially means we're going to be synchronizing state between client and server in real time, or as near real time as you can get, right? This is not a network game server that's just RPC based or turn based. Fresco's where it's at, dude. That's right, Mystical. Delicious. Anyone else out there, by the way, if you're just joining the chat and you want to know what the heck's going on, we're doing some Steam game raffles. It's raffle time. If you want a chance to win a raffle, all you got to do is say one little thing in chat. You can go back to lurking or do whatever you want to do, and it'll put your name into the raffle. If you're here, you got a shot at winning, but you got to say something. You got to say something, and that's all there is to it. And then we're gonna pull a winner here in a moment. Hisa and Mystic, by the way, thank you guys so much for following over there in Live Coding TV. I appreciate that. My Steam break killed my viewer base. That's okay. That's okay. There's those somethings. They'll be back, man. They'll be back, New York Rocks Gaming. They can't stay away. Not everyone can take the break. Not everyone can stand it. Why did old school real-time MMOs, Ragnar RuneScapes use CCP back in the day, but now that's suddenly unacceptable? It's not necessarily unacceptable. For instance, Hozo, World of Warcraft, I don't know how it is today, but for the longest time, and it might still be true, World of Warcraft is actually based off of TCP. The reason why MMOs can get away with TCP is because MMOs, or at least for a long time, maybe not new MMOs, but for a long time, MMOs were not Twitch-based games. They could hide latency very, very easily in an MMO, so that's why TCP can work. So that's why TCP was able to work in, and can work in some MMOs still. Access to, I'm here for you, Hisa. I'm here for you. But unfortunately now, oh my god, it looks like somebody wanted to send us a gift. Some Guns of Icarus Online Collector's Edition. I don't know what this is, but okay. What is gun? I burned my Hawaiian pizza night. Oh my god, Windows, I'm so sorry. You should have put it on Aloha setting. You should have. Well, thank you for the gift, buddy. I want to accept it, and I want to add it to my Steam library. I added it to my gift library, right, guys? I didn't mess that up. I don't think I messed that up. Let me just make sure. There it is. All right, so there you go. New item added, whatever that is. Isn't there an unordered mode in TCP these days? No. No, there is not. Man, those links are not happy with you. WoW is still TCP. And when your connection drops and you reconnect, it catches up. It basically plays through the simulation really, really fast. Nick Rock's game. Oh my god, you guys are getting timed out. Wow, it is pretty interesting that WoW is surviving off of a TCP-based protocol. They must be extremely efficient in their packet data. Overhead on there is kind of ridiculous. All right, guys. But TCP can be done for some online games. Don't say TCP can't be done. You can definitely do TCP for a lot of online games. But if you do actually want real time and you want to be able to support Twitch, UDP has to be where you go. And then you can also extend UDP to support those slower based turn games as well. At some point you were allowed New York Rocks. It comes and goes, man. It comes and goes. All right, guys, here we go. Good luck. We're going to draw the first winner. Don't worry. We will draw a couple winners. If you don't win the first time, don't run off. But the first winner of the night is going to be Dills Gaming. Dills Gaming, are you out there? Please say something in chat in the next 90 seconds. Yeah, and if you really should not use TCP at all anymore for video game development. There's really no reason to do it. There's really just no reason, right? You could build on top of UDP enough features for TCP. I need to turn my phone off there because that's getting kind of annoying. Dill, you're going to thank your mom for this moment? That was my mom calling me on the phone right now. How crazy is that, Dills Gaming? How freaking crazy is that? But congratulations, man. What game would you like? Pick a game. Pick a game. LibGrid is what we're using. That's our library. Because you don't want to deal with packet loss while testing. Oh, New York Rocks game dev. Oh, you want some Guns of Icarus, huh? You want this little Guns of Icarus? All right, we can make that happen, dude. So this is how this works. I need your email address, Stills Gaming. So I'm going to send you a Twitch message right now. I want you to respond back with your email address, and it could be any email address, and then I'll have Steam email you a link to collect your game. That's how that works. We'll sit here, we'll wait for that email, and then we'll draw another name. Then we're going to get back to work. You're making a small MOBA over TCP? Oh, don't make a MOBA over TCP. Hisa, if you want to use UDP but not lose packets, you need to implement a reliability and possibly an ordering system on top of UDP. But you don't have to do that yourself. There are a lot. All right, there's not a lot. There are several network layer libraries that will give you UDP with that feature set, with reliability, ordering, unordering, sequencing, all that stuff. Oh, so delicious. So delicious. And yeah, just because you're using a UDP doesn't mean you can't get away with losing packets, right? Because there are some packets that are extremely important, like ability usage, right, on a client server, and you have to guarantee that the client is able to send the server, or a chat message, right? You don't want to lose chat messages because that'll look like your system is bad. If I type something, hit enter, and somebody doesn't get it on the other side, that looks really bad if that doesn't happen. So you just have to add reliability on top of UDP when it's needed. Not every packet needs to be reliable. That's true, Vanguard, right? Filtering UDP is kind of a first step that happens in a DDoS scenario. Why is it so bad to use TCP? Kisa, the reason why it's bad to use TCP is you have no control over your channel. If I send, say I'm sending movement data, Kisa, right? And I want to send 30 times a second. I want to send 30 packets a second from the server to the client, updated movement information, because the server is authoritative, right? And we need to basically make sure the client stays in sync with where an entity is. So 30 times a second, I'm updating them with movement and velocity information. If for some reason 2 packets in the middle of that stream drop, say packet 10 and 11 drop, I'm not going to get packet 13 or any other packet after 11 until we get a notice back to the client that says, hey, I never got 10 and 11. What gives? The client then has to resend 10 and 11. I have to wait to get 10 and 11, and then I can start processing 12, 13, all the way to 30, right? So what ends up happening in the client is I get 1 through 9, and I could process that, and everything's good. I don't get 10 or 11 or the rest of 30. So now I have half a second, essentially, or 2/3 of a second, where I have no data incoming. So I don't know where entities are supposed to be moving. We keep them moving in the straight line that we last got them in, right? And then all of a sudden, half a second later, they pop to where they really are because they're that far out of sync. Then we hit the limits of your firewall. Uh-oh. That's funny. Okay, let me check what happened to my music? What is this? That was the end of that song, and it was really, 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 really low. I'm going to refresh. Hopefully I have an incoming email. There we go. Deals Gaming, I got your email, buddy. I got your email. I'm going to send out your game. Congratulations. I want you to enjoy this game, by the way. Don't play it all at once. I want you to make it last. You make this last, okay? There's only one of these. That was that. Congrats. Let's pull another name. Yeah. Well, you could choose when making the game if you use TCP or UDP. Oh, I don't remember, Grogan. Yeah, right. So to clarify, TCP is not bad. There are plenty of games where TCP can work. But the question I ask you is, does that really matter? You should probably, even though you can make TCP work for a game, you should probably develop it on UDP to just give you more control. What's up, Wicked? Man, Tech Andy's on the ball right now. All right, guys, let's do this. It's no problem, Dills Gaming. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. All right, guys, let's draw another name, and then we're going to get back to work. Then we get back to work. All right, good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone. Next winner up is going to be... Oh, my God, Ilprim. Ilprim, are you out there? Are you out there? Say something in chat, please, right now. 90 seconds. Oh, Hozo. Oh, this is not Pun Day, Hozo. This is not Pun Day. Ah, chain of responsibilities pattern. Awesome, Wicked. Awesome. Congrats, Prem. What will it be, buddy? Canuck, you definitely need to resend that packet, right? Here's the other good thing about... So, Canuck Broad, here's another reason why you should consider UDP versus TCP. In TCP, all of your data has to be reliable and ordered, right? You have one channel. Every packet has to be reliable and ordered. Say you're sending down a packet to update health, just to update some visual or send a chat message. That chat packet could block more important data like movement data, right? Because if you lose that chat packet, you can't do anything until that chat packet gets reset. Because it's not like just movement packets that have to be ordered. It's every packet that I send from my connection to your connection has an order. That order has to be maintained, right? So I could send a chat message, and that could drop, and that could screw up your movement data. With UDP, since at the base layer, there is no reliability and there is no ordering, you can implement sub-channels within UDP, so you can have some data that's reliable and ordered. You can have some data that is unreliable, unordered, etc., right? That way, if movement data doesn't have to be reliable, you can afford to drop movement packets. But activating an ability does have to be reliable. But if you drop that ability activation, it has to resend that, and that's fine. But that doesn't get in the way of sending movement data. All right, Calvin. Good night. Good night, Calvin. So, Hozo, yes, you can have multiple TCP connections to give you those sub-channels, but at some point, though, you got to be careful, because now your server might start running out of resources. What's up, Slady? You missed it. All right, hold on. Super splatters. Super splatters. Super splatters. Let me make sure I know where I got this from, and then we'll get this going. Super splatters. Gotta get my key. Yeah. Hold on, guys. I gotta unlock my Humble Bumble account for some weird reason. Let me do that real quick. Apparently, Humble Bumble got all secure on us. Verify! Yay! Okay, Oprem. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna copy your name right here. If I can do it quick enough. Okay, got it. I'm gonna send you a Steam key, Oprem, to play this game. So congratulations. Let me grab that key for you. Going away. Let me find my messages. Super Splatters, guys, is off the table. There you go, Ilprim. enjoy, have fun with that game. All right, guys, I'm going to stop, reset, and close the raffle. That was that. Like I said, we're going to do one raffle or two raffles, and we're going to get back to work. As soon as I can figure out what I'm doing here. Go back to there. Just get myself set back up. All right, let me catch up with chat now. Stability connections, nobody cared. Yeah, Hozo, they didn't care because we didn't care about, back in the day, right, Twitch games or low latency games weren't really a thing. Because remember, a modem usage, you already had such high latency, you didn't worry about low latency, you didn't worry about Twitch games, you didn't develop games like that. Good night, Windows. All right. So delicious. Okay, guys, let's actually start working on some synchronization data. The real-time system that we're actually going to implement. Oh my God, what's up, Beesrep? That we're going to implement in this engine is we're going to do snapshot interpolation. That's the system I would like to implement. So that's the system I'm going to implement. Snapshot interpolation. What the hell does that mean? Well, first of all, it means server authoritative, right? We're going to make sure it's server authoritative. Nothing's going to happen on the client that matters. Everything has to happen on the server, and that's okay. Snapshot interpolation means at every game tick, we're going to take a snapshot of the world state, and then we're going to package that up and ship that to the client for them to update their world state, right? So we're not going to run dual simulations. We're going to only have one simulation running on the server, and the client, when I say simulation, I mean like a physics simulation if you have physics. On the client, you don't run a lockstep physics simulation, right, to get the same results. You are running a simple interpolation simulation of the incoming data over the wire, right? So we're going to get enough data over the wire so that we can start interpolating and simulating that data, that movement or whatever that incoming data is going to be. You got to share it, Slatey. You got to share it. So that's what we're going to start implementing. And we're going to start at the basics, and we'll start building it up as we go, because this is a complex system. Snapshot interpolation is not simple. We're going to have to put some real work into getting this done, by the way. So the pros to snapshot interpolation is usually get real good latency compensation and very smooth simulation on the client. You don't get a lot of jitter. You don't get a lot of popping going on. It's pretty damn smooth. You can get your lag latency or you can hide lag very well, and you can also get it down to about a 50 millisecond to 100 millisecond simulation, which is pretty low, which is pretty good, right? The downside to snapshot interpolation system is bandwidth. Typically, snapshot interpolation, you're sending a lot of data to every connected client on the node, right? And that's because we're taking a world snapshot and sending it to them. Now, obviously, there's a lot of tricks to start cutting that bandwidth down, and that's what we'll be spending time on. For instance, don't send the entire world, first of all. only send the data that the player can access or see or view, first of all, right? You don't have to send the entire world. But even everything they see or view could still be a lot of data if they're in an area or the game just supports that. That could still be a lot of data. Then you got to start doing like bit manipulation over the wire, right? Bit shaving. Don't send a whole byte if you're only going to send values of 0 or 1, right? Just send 1 bit. You could shave a lot of data that way. And then we might look at doing delta compression, where basically we'll send a snapshot, and then we know that that's now our reference snapshot. And if we're going to send data after that in further frames, it'll be delta encoded, right? So we'll only send the difference in the data, so we can shave even more bits off based off of reference frames. Very similar to how video is encoded, right? With keyframes. So all those types of tricks we can use to shave the data down. But to start, we're not going to shave any data down. We just want to get the system up and running, because shaving the data can happen after the fact, right? Once we have a system in, now we can start optimizing the data load. But we want to make sure we can get a proper smooth system first. And then we'll simulate lag, right? We'll simulate packet loss and jitter and all that fun stuff. All right, so we want a new test harness, by the way, to get this going. We're gonna have a lot of samples going in this at some point. So we're gonna call it a move server, because that's it's a good sample, I think. It's a good sample name, move server. Let's add the references that we need. Core in server, and want to delete this. Remove, there we go. And I want to copy. I just want to get a framework going here. It always bugs me when if statements don't have curly brackets. It bugs me too, buddy. It bugs me too. So this is good, right? That's fine. We'll keep the same stuff. So we have a move server. Let's add a class called move server.cs. And this is an Asgard server instance. All right, what do we need to implement on here? Well, first we definitely want to get reference to the Bifrost server. Goes without saying. Oops. Get that going. We're not going to do any type of authentication, I don't think. Well, we will. We'll do a player. Here, let's add it right now. Call it a player object, or a yeah, call player data, which is a implementation of the player component. And we're not going to have any custom data here, by the way. For now, we need to implement. Okay, good. So there's our player. And we want to var, and we'll keep that. Right, we're gonna have, oops, player system of player data, player sys. New, sorry, I'm thinking here. Add entity system of player system. Public Override. Oh, not override. What am I doing? What did we miss? What am I missing here? Oh, this needs, sorry. Keep this as a I system as well. There we go. And then in start, get the Bifrost instance, get our lookup system. Phew. You wish Java had operator overloading? Because C# is better than Java at a language level. I've said it many times. I've said it many times. Okay, and then return true, return false, yada, yay, okay. Setting up our player system. Do I care when people connect or disconnect? I don't think so. I'm gonna copy the player packet here and paste it. So we have a login packet. That's fine. We'll keep. We don't. We actually have no data for this little test because we don't care. That's right. We just don't care. We call it move login packet. Yay. Okay. So now in move server, in our packet factory, let's add a callback to this on login. Why is that? Yeah, move login packet. Cool. Whatever. So when somebody logs in, all we're gonna do is get the connection. And from the player system, I wanna add new player data. And player data just has, I don't wanna do it that way. Player just has network node is equal to our connection. All right, so that will get that linked in. On disconnect, just make sure we handle disconnect as well, just to clean up. Bar player entity is equal to player system dot get connection if we have an entity. Player system dot remove our player entity. Okay. Yeah, I know, Hozo. I don't care though. It'd just generally be better. I'm not sure whether to use event or callback based messaging. That's it's a good question, right? That you got to figure out for yourself. You don't love either? Oh my God, what's up, Cobretti? Where you been all my life? Reaping all my life goal ready. Okay, guys. I think we have our framework in place for what we are starting to do here. Thinking this will happen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking here. I don't know if I just want to use the tick of our delta and move back and forth with somebody. I think we'll just use our move server tick for now. Then we're gonna refactor by that. We're probably gonna build a system for interacting with physics systems to get essentially right to, because that's what we need to be able to do is get movement data out. But to handle movement data, we need to add a new type. We need to add a new component, right? To add a new class. Let's call it move data. Ah! What's up, Stroff? What's up, Stroff? All right, so this is an entity I'm sorry, what is it? I component. I think that's what they use, right? So we have movement data. It's an I component. We're gonna have public double X. We're gonna make this real easy for a test scenario. Actually, we're not even gonna use. That's fine. We'll use doubles. Public double Y. Oh my God, we are amazing people. And then public double. Actually, you know what? We're only gonna go in one direction. We're gonna make this a 1D move test. We'll call this velocity. Right, so that's the data we need. Public move data, double X, double velocity, XX. This is our velocity. All right, so we have move data. But we need a... Do we need a system? Do we need one? We kind of could do that. Yeah, let's do that. Add a new class, and we're going to call this our mover system. Oh my God, I'm so smart. Calling things like a mover system. I just want to see what I did with this here. I know I don't want most of this, but I want some of this. Entity component processing system of move data, and it should be an I system as well. Implement the interface, implement the abstract class, region, entity, and region system. Okay, so turn true. Turn true. We'll see what we want to do in tick, which we'll probably do something with that. Move data. We're actually not going to use anything in processing here, or do we? Oh, is there a delete state? Interesting. All right, we might have to make sure we're deleting entities when they have no more components. So one problem I'm having... Yeah, so one problem I'm having is I want to tie these two together. Thank you so much for the follow out there, Mr. Lobster. Thank you so much. My polyglot skills, they better excite you, dude. They better excite you. I need the delta time, right? I need the delta time, and especially if this is like a physics system. But I also want the entity. But so I could call world, entity world, entities. I could get entities by ID. I would love to get all the entities of a type. That's kind of a search that I would love to have. Let's see if they have one. Oh, I guess the delta since the last game loop in ticks. Well, that's a delta we could use as well. I don't care about no tag manager, but I'm not happy with. Maybe maybe in the entity manager. So we can get all active entities that way, but I don't want to get active entities. I mean, we could do that, and then of course we could find all the ones with the components. Oh, there we go. We can get entities of an aspect. So we can get entities of an aspect that say get one of, what are you looking for? Move data. That's exactly what I was looking for. Type of, oops. Move data. All right, so this will give me movers. Right, this is going to give me all the entities that implement or that have attached to move data to it. Whew. Get all components by type. No, I don't need a thesis. They have a query mechanism, and I think you can use. They probably have a link interface for this as well, but this is fine. Oh, actually, so to tell you the truth, I don't think we need a mover system. Or an entity component. We don't need a processing system. I'm gonna take that out. We just need a normal system, but we do need to get the entity world and then the entity manager. Let's expose that. We can expose that. Let's see. Entity manager. Do we just want to I think I'm just going to expose the entity manager. No, but I don't want to expose it as an interface, because then everyone will have to implement that. Yeah, I think we need a base class, by the way, for system. That implements system. And then we're going to make these virtual so that you can override them. This is a better way to do this. All right, we'll give default implementations. Public vote. This will be abstract, by the way. We will not implement a tick. And this needs to be an abstract class now. And this will have a set, which is internal. Just for the moment, return null. I don't need to return null. Just want to get an internal set. That'll work. Okay, whew. What's the purpose of an interface? To give you an interface. In C#, the reason why there's interfaces in classes, because C# is not a multiple inheritance system. C# can only inherit from one base class. Interfaces work around that. You can implement multiple interfaces, but only one base class. All right, I want to look for everywhere we use iSystem and see how I can replace that with base system. Like player system here should be a base system. And that's going to lead to some errors down here. Because these need to be overrides. What? No suitable method. What? Hold on. Hold up. Hold the... Oh. This cannot be... That's fine. This has to stay iSystem. That's okay. Because we already implement a base system here, right? So in this case, we're stuck with this. And we might if we care enough, we might implement a base entity system, right? And which will wrap these two together. But for now, I don't think we will. Ooh, excuse me, guys. Because you made one, I can see better solutions. Oh, right on, Hisa. I'm here to help, buddy. I'm here to help, right? Where is our samples? Like a Bifrost server, that's okay too. I guess it's just here. Okay, base system. Let's find our errors. What's that? Oh, we don't implement entity man. Oh, of course. Implement for me, please. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh. Alright, you go away. I'm like freaking out because I can't find what I'm looking for that I just added. I guess we'll go one at a time here. If it's not in there, it's got to be an entity system. No. Entity manager. Okay, but it's happy, so I'm happy. I will see what the next error is. This should be base system. I don't know how that got changed, but okay. There it is. So in this case, right, we just want to return entity world dot entity manager. Okay. Get set. That doesn't. That internal won't work on that. I think I'm gonna add iSystem to Asgard server and set this up correctly, but we'll get to that refactoring in a bit. Okay, so our mover system is a base system, which means I don't need to implement these anymore. Right now, this is complaining that we should change the signature. I guess it doesn't know what it wants to change to, right? But it's saying, hey, are you sure you're hiding right here? You want to use override or new? And we want to override. Our tick. And we just want to call the entity manager on our base class that we have to make sure we go implement. What's the problem here? It's required for the non-static of get one aspect. Get one. An object reference is required for, oh, this is this, yeah, oh, there we go. Not get one, just one. That's the static version, right? And we'll pass that as our aspect. And we can cache this aspect, by the way. Let's do that. Let's see, fetch aspect. Private aspect. I don't know if I can, yeah, yes, that will be fine. So that we don't have to keep building an aspect each time we tick, right? We'll cache it. Good to go. But now I need to make sure that the entity manager system is burned into our retinas when we add these systems. So add internal system. System.entityManager is equal to entityWorld.entityManager. Oh, we gotta go definition. Needs to have a, I don't think I can do an internal set right on an interface. No, only public, and that's fine. Where is this gonna fail? I know what I'm gonna do. That's fine. So we'll just keep that. And I'm not looking at chat right now, guys. Sorry, I'll be back on chat in a moment. If system is base system, system as base system, and then we can set the entity manager, right? So we only care about setting that on classes that inherit from base system, not just the interface. Okay, C# doesn't have annotations for override. What do you mean? Later, Thatchy. Why'd you give tic-tac-toe? Good night, Tech Andy. Alright, I think I'm caught up with chat. Nothing cool going on there. Okay. Oh, in Java, there is no annotation for override. Does that mean in Java that if you have a base virtual function and a child class, and you implement that function, it's always an override of the virtual? You're always overriding the base? Canuck Broad, I could, but then I would be essentially duplicating a lot of code here, where this is the only add-on. But yeah, I could do an add internal system of a base system, but I feel, well, all right, let's do it. I know how, let's do it. Let's do it, buddy. Right where this is a base system. And what we'll do is call system dot. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, because we don't need class. And then we will call add internal system of T of system and run order. This is ambiguous. And oh, if we cast this to an I system, it should not be ambiguous anymore. Cannot convert from I system to T. I don't want to convert from I system to T though, but that should be okay since base system. That's not needed. Well, actually, no. Is that going to be ambiguous still? Why is this a problem? Thin Matrix. What's up, Sound and Gaming? Stroff, is that how C# handles typecasting? Not necessarily. You can do it the classic way, right? You can do I system. You can do it like this as well. This is just syntax sugar. You can use is or as, just syntax sugar. But what I'm not figuring out right, because this obviously gets ambiguous. Because Sistas T is a base system, right? So it just wants to keep popping back here. I don't think I can do this. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Good night, Blast. That's all right. All right, so we're gonna back out. We're gonna back out to what we had before. That would have been nice to do. So if system is an I system, or is a base system, system as base system, I think this is a non-generic convenience method. I need the type still though, Canuck, right? So I still need the type, but I guess I could do type. I don't want to duplicate all of this code is essentially what I'm trying to do, right? I don't want to duplicate all of this code. All right, let's one more time, if we make it non-generic, right? So we don't pass in T. We pass in base system. We don't need any of this, but we can still get the problem is I want to call into here, which means I'll then have to extract all of this code out to not be generic, and then have the generic call that. It's just getting too complicated. It's getting too complicated because I don't want to duplicate this code, is kind of where it's coming down to. Right, and I could split it out, but then and split this out into a method, and it's just complicating it all. When this is pretty simple. Okay, so base system will get that. Let's go back to our mover server. And we just want to say add system of new mover system. Good night, Sound of Gaming. Good night. I gave it the college try though, Canuck. I definitely gave it the college try, right? Meanwhile, I test 0 things, just awesome. We have testing. We will have unit tests. We already have some unit tests, Stroff. We have some unit tests. We will spend a stream updating our unit tests, by the way. You should definitely be unit testing everything you can. You should definitely unit test everything you can. Right now, we're kind of doing integration testing. And yes, TDD, we should probably write our tests before we write our software. And professionally, that's more how I develop software, even though I don't write a lot of code these days professionally. But on stream, live on stream, it's not necessarily as fun writing tests first and then writing code. But when I do, it's in production. Oh, Canuck, I love it. You should definitely be unit testing your software, guys. Definitely unit test your software. Okay. And unit test your software, but does that mean you need to write your tests before you write your code? The only reason TDD is like a thing, write test and then code, is because developers can get lazy. They'll write the code and they're like, well, I'm done. I don't need to go write the test. So if you can be motivated enough and structured enough, you could definitely write code first and then write your test to that code, right? That's okay. The reason TDD becomes popular is because developers are just lazy, right? So we force you to write tests first and then write your code to pass those tests. That's the real reason around TDD. That's what internships are for, Stroff? Yeah. Yeah, all right, so we've added our mover system. That means our mover system will have access to what we need. I want to set this as my starter project, by the way. What if your tests are crap? Hey, not much you can do about that. Mystical, you should not be designing via test cases though, right? You should actually do proper architecture and design first. Develop your software to that spec and then write unit tests for it. Get those happy feels, Straw. Get them happy feels. Okay. What the heck am I doing here? Let's go back to our mover system. So now we can actually get the movers. And this comes back as a bag of entities. What the hell is a bag for? I wonder what that gives us. Maybe that's some link ability. But I just want to say for each mover in movers. What do I do for a job? I'm a principal software architect for a large technology company. And I love my job, man. I love what I do. I'm a professional Texan now, Straw. Oh, God. All right, so for each mover, right, let's go grab our move data. Move data is equal to mover.get components of move data. And we want to move this entity. This is kind of what a physics system would do for you, by the way. You would probably pass this as input or get the output out of the input system and back into your movement structures. But we're going to simulate that because we don't need a physics system right now. What we just want to do is say move data.x is plus or equal to move data.velocity times r delta. Right, very simple system. And now let's put some clamps around here. If move data.x is greater than or equal to, I don't know, 200. I'm making a number up here. Because this is a test, right? It's a test, it's okay. We're gonna clamp move data.x is equal to 200. That's double. But we're also gonna say move data.velocity is equal to, we're gonna inverse velocity, right? So essentially we're just gonna get a ping pong, right? We're just gonna bounce something back and forth. Else if move data.x is less than or equal to 0, we'll inverse everything. Move data.x is clamped. Move data.velocity is equal to move data velocity inversed. And that's all we have to do, right? This mover system fetching our components and removing. Isn't entity component system super awesome? Aren't entity component systems super duper awesome? Yeah, Twist, I'm moving to Texas. What's the delta represent? Time delta. This is the amount, this is how many seconds or fractions of a second that have passed since the last time this tick method has been called. So that way every tick we can move by a fraction of velocity. Question from Issa. Have you ever worked so hard that you go to sleep and you dream about you continue work, then you wake up and you're like, I got shit to do. Oh, you gotta do it again. Oh, but then it's easy because you're already, oh God. Oh, right on, Twist, right on. Yeah, I'll be in Dallas. Yeah. Like I said, TDD is not bad. I'm not saying TDD is bad. I'm just saying the real driving force behind TDD is lazy developers. That's the true driving force behind it. Is just lazy, not just developers, by the way. Let me say lazy development, right? Because if you write code first and say, no, I'm not giving this to you until I write the test to pass it, the business might say, but the code's done, just give it to me, let's ship it. It's all depending how you can work. But come on, guys, don't you like entity component systems? Isn't this not pretty awesome, right? We just have movement data. We can attach it to any entity out in the world that we care about because, you know, right on. Keep it trucking, yay. And then more importantly, we just have this mover system that every tick is going to do something with this data. And we don't care about the entities or whatever else is going on in the entities, right? This is very, very specific to just movement data. This entity might have a ton of other components and there'd be other systems to deal with it. So back to our move server. After login, and we've added our player. This, by the way, yep, so player entity. We get the player entity. We're going to attach a mover data to this. So I'm going to say player entity dot add a component, which is a move data. New move data. And we're going to start them out at the far left, and we're going to give them some initial velocity of, I don't know, 5.0, whatever. Whatever velocity, whatever these numbers mean in this test, because they don't mean anything. Get the hype on, Phil. Before any is put into base class, where was it coming from? Ambient context. Oh, it comes from, so in our actual server, in the Asgard server, we have our entity world. The entity manager comes off the entity world. So now when we add a system to our server, right, the global server, we basically bake in a reference to the entity manager. So now every system can now access the entity manager. And Puko, it's not that TDD dramatically reduces software defects. Unit testing or you know, unit testing dramatically reduces software defects, right? But it's just a mental thing. And I agree, TDD is good, right? Because most people, most developers, most organizations are not structured and rigorous enough to write tests after the fact. And that's the strength of TDD. It forces you to write your tests before you can write your code, before you can actually deliver your task. But anyway, okay. So whenever somebody connects now, we'll attach the movement data, we'll get them moving, and every tick that player will move. Let's create a move class, right? New project. A move client. But you know, by the way, guys, I think I'm gonna keep this a console project. We're just gonna move something across the screen back and forth. It's gonna be amazing. Set our proper references, client and core, and that's all we need for the clients. I'm just gonna copy this. Actually, I'm gonna copy and my login packets. No, I just wanna copy you. And then I'm gonna paste. I copied you. Let me paste. There it is. Move clients. Move client. I think I'm going to keep most of this the same, by the way, except with login response. What's our packet? We have a. Did we design a move packet yet? All right, we don't have a move packet yet, so I'm just going to delete you. We don't have it on chat message because there's no chat packets. So we'll say logged in. Logged in is true. Connected, disconnected, we'll write those lines. That's great. And then we'll go ahead and reconnect. So login, we need to copy our move server packets. Paste it over here. And this is a, what did we call this? A move log packet. And we actually don't have any data here, so anyone can just log in as long as they have this correct packet, and we're okay with that for our little test here. All right, so while we're running, if we're not running, we will idle. Otherwise, we're gonna do some fun stuff eventually. But first, I just wanna make sure I can get connected. The move data suspense is killing you? Oh my God, it's killing me too, buddy. You can't see the project solution window. Would you be great if we could just unpin so it's not always taking up? I guess. Do you guys really need to see? Do you really want to see it? The problem is, even if I unpin it, you won't be able to see it because I cut off part of my screen. I would have to move it over to the left, but then you're going to miss out stuff on the right. So that's why I keep the Solution Explorer over here. You can't see it, but it does mean that's the only thing you can't see. Sorry, that was a little technical there. All right, we gotta set this up. Var move server equals a new move server. Move server dot nothing, because that's the wrong. We should just be able to run. Okay, start, stop. Hopefully that's what we're looking to do here. Let's put that in there. Just want to make sure things are going to get called. Why am I returning false? I don't know. And then also in the move system, let's make sure that's getting called. Okay, let's start this up. Okay, good so far. We have no movers. Okay, so now let's just move it into when we actually do have a mover. And just to validate here, all right, CPU, what's the name of this? Our move. Let's actually search by, there we go, move. Our process, right, we're not consuming any CPU, even though every tick really fast, right? We're spinning up on these process calls, but because we're sleeping for 1 millisecond. If there's nothing happening and we're in idle, we go to idle. And looks like we have no memory leaks right now, which is good. All right, so this is what's gonna happen if I move Solution Explorer over here. Right, and I can pin it and unpin it, and that's fine. So now you guys can see Solution Explorer, but it means that you're gonna miss out, and I usually don't write code that deep out, so maybe we'll see. Maybe it'll be okay. We'll try it, guys. We will try it, damn it. Because why not? Okay. We have our server running. We have our move client. We need to do this. Dang it, I forgot to implement the move client. Where's my move? Where are you moving out? Where's my move client? It's I don't care about the namespace. Oh, that's fine. So chats client dot move client. Yeah, I know it's weird. Deal with it. Just deal with it. Okay. Let's try this again. And also in chat. Oh, let me move it. I'm sorry, you guys can't see this. Again, let me set this up. Okay, there we go. Okay, Solution Explorer. I gotta clear some stuff here, guys. Hold on. Okay. In the Move client, on connected, we're gonna call login. This call starts, which will reconnect us. On disconnect, okay. Run, we'll call connect. Excellent. All right. Okay. Let's see what happens. Why we just exit immediately. That was not what we wanted to happen. Because I'm being a dummy again. Move client. Run. All right, third time's a charm. I don't need your breakpoint anymore. Third time is a charm, guys. Cross some fingers here. Let's see what happens. All right, we're gonna call login. On login, this is on the server, right? We get the connection, create a player entity. We add some move data. Yay! But now we get some mover action going on. And we can see what our delta is 2 seconds, by the way. It's a lot of seconds. So we have velocity, right? So this is velocity per second, by the way, because that's our delta. And so 2.6, so we just jumped a whole bunch, but cool. So I'm gonna take that off for now. And so we're connected. Excellente. Samsa, thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so everything is working. We need to now push our move data across the wire. We now need to push our move packets across the wire. So let's get that baked in. And we kind of wanted to work on that a bit, and I think we won't work on it completely with our send a frame. We're gonna hack it up with. I'm thinking how I want to do this. Get rid of you. All right, I think we're gonna do this as a callback on Asgard. So public delegates. It's gonna be a void on send snapshot, and we will pass in a net node connection for the snapshot that should be sent. Oops. On who it should be sent to. The guy who bring you here. What? What's going on? What? So yes. Handler. And then a public event on send snapshot handler on send snapshots. And then we're just gonna hard code it in here. So after everything has been updated, after all the systems, after the entity world, after the whole shebang, if not equal to null, we want to then go var player system equals lookup. This won't work, will it? I need a hook into the. Should I? Oh, I'm thinking. You know what? I think we will. We could just let, but then that's not, well, for now, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to have to put a little thought into exactly how we want to do it. But all right, so on send snapshot. Oh my God, Dorky, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so that will get us going again. We can go back to our move server in our constructor on send snapshot. Go ahead and implement it. var connections. What's up, Tolga? Tolga, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Our player server connections, just want to grab our connections and go for each connections. In connections, var player entity is equal to player system.get on the connection. And then from here, we can we're going to send our snapshot, right? Now we need to build a new packet. Add a new item, and we'll call this a snapshot packet. What kind of game are we developing? We're not actually developing a game. We are developing a game engine. We're developing a real-time network game engine for people to use. All right, so this needs to be a packet, and we need to tag it. What ID do we want to use? I'm just picking one at random because this is just testing, right? And our delivery method. All right, so this is important delivery method. We don't want snapshot packets to be reliable, guys. We're going to be sending snapshot packets a lot. It's okay if we drop snapshot packets. However, we do care that we don't want to get snapshot packets out of order. So if a snapshot packet comes in, if 2 comes in, 3 comes in, 4 comes in, and then 1 comes in, we want to throw 1 away, right? We just don't care about that. And that's what unreliable sequence will do for us. It will throw away out of order packets and will not wait. Gives you the warms and fuzzies. Make games, not engines. That's what I always say, Wicked. It is what I always say. It is what I always say. You should definitely make games, not engines. But sometimes there's not an engine to make your game. And then that's when you have to go make the engine. Okay, so what the heck is a snapshot packet? This is going to be a snapshot of the whole world, by the way. So this is going to be a list of... Oh, thank you so much for the follow. And I'm going to put this internal class in here. Just, I'll put it outside. Public class move net data. I don't want to send my component data because this is slightly different. Because this is going to have an ID, uShort ID for the player. And then it'll have a move data packet, right? Or our move data structure. Data. And this essentially is just going to send a list of data points. Get and set. Oh, thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate that. All right, so when we want to serialize, we have to do a couple things here. Message.write data points length or count, because we need to know how many data point structures we have so we can read them back out. we now need to go implement. Remember we said we'll implement this as we go. I'm like, why isn't that working? Okay, public void write int data buffer write data, which means we're also going to need a read. Public int read int 32 return buffer read int 32. Back to snapshot. All right, so we can write our count, and then we'll do a for each var point in data points, and we need to serialize each data point, which is message.write ID, and we'll get that message.write data. And this is this is where you might want to do some weird like bit packing. Like, do you always need to send velocity? Do we need to send velocity at all? Or do we just need to send our positioning? If we send enough of data, do you need velocity? Or do you need acceleration, right? You probably want to still send velocity. You probably still want to send that, but do you need to send like acceleration? You just send, this is where you got to start figuring out how you're going to cut down. So send everything at first, and then figure out how you can start cutting out data from your packets to get your bandwidth down. You're working on networking as well? Yes. Oh, but your design's crap. How do you know it's crap? So it doesn't have to be real time if you're working on an online card game. It doesn't have to be real time, and that's fine. That's cool. So data dots, we'll send X, and then message.write point.data.velocity, right? We're going to send everything. We got to go fix up a few things, though. Public u short read u int 16. Return buffer read u int 16. Public void write u short data buffer.write data. Public double read double. We're encapsulating the real buffer because we don't want to force the lower level network library to be referenced by people who use our library. That's why we're doing this. Double data. So one trick, by the way, of shaving a lot of data out of chunky packets is if you're sending a lot of double information, do you need all that precision that a double gives? If you don't need all that precision that a double gives, convert your double into fixed point math, right? Convert your double into whole numbers, into a range of whole numbers, right? And that's a lot less bits you have to send. And then on the other end, convert that back out to a double. You lose precision, but do you need all that precision? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. Your super elitist mode, Stroff? More than libraries? I love you, dude. That's funny. That's funny and awesome. All right, so var, we're gonna get the count back out. Message read int 32. That way we can say data points is equal to a new list, and we can actually give it a hint for capacity because we know how many data points there are. It's become easy. And then we will say for int I is 0, I less than counts. Iterate through all our data points, var move net data. I don't know why I just put var on that, that's fine. Data equals new, move net data, right? And then we'll say data dot ID, because that's the first thing we need to write. Our read is a message dot read u int 16, and then data dot data data. That's that. I just said that. We're going to initialize this with basic information. We're going to overwrite it because I want to say data.x is message.read double, and then data.velocity is message.read double. So there we go. We have a basic packet there. Looks like I got a I always do that, by the way. I do that so many times. All right, so we have our, where did I just put that? A snapshot packet for this data. And this will serialize and deserialize it. It's an unreliable sequence, and we might even pick a different channel for this to keep it separate, and that's okay. It's been over 2 weeks, and I'm thankful for that. Nice. Nice, New York rocks. I love it, man. That's awesome, Stroff, too. Look at everything happening for peeps. Look at all this stuff going on. We want to copy this onto our move client. There's better ways to do this, by the way. We're being lazy because this is just test, right? These are just test harnesses. But all right, we have our snapshot. Let's go back to our move server. We're getting every player entity here, right? So let's say var snap packet is equal to new snapshot packet, because we got to build up our snap pack, and initialize our data. Did I not make it public? I probably didn't. Of course I did not. All right, go away. Data points is new, and let's start filling it up. So we have our player entity. Var move data is equal to player entity dot get components of player of move data, right? And then we want to create a var move net data is equal to new move net data. And then move net data dot ID. We're going to use the player entity dot ID. Move net data dot data is just going to be our move data. Simple as that. And then we want to add move net data. All right, so we're building up our packet. At the end, we have our packet. So this is good. This is super duper unoptimized. So please, yeah, I'm just gonna cast this to a U short. We probably should update that to an int, but testing. Who cares? Do you still do code reviews? I would like you to code review that you have a chance later. I do, and we will get back to that, but I don't know when yet, Isa. Okay, guys, just close your eyes. Close your eyes when you see me, what I'm doing right here. So essentially, because we're in testing mode and I haven't just fully thought out how I want to handle our snapshot system, we're iterating through all of the players in the game to gather up their movement data to build one snapshot packet. I then want to set. Oh, you know what? I don't have to iterate through. We can just do a bulk send. I'll do a my Brewfrost. Send this to our packet snap pack, right? We want to send this to all players, basically. And yeah, I know this is very basic. We're not doing any type of camera windowing to make sure they can see all this data because, right, we're testing. Bare bones so far. Who do we want to send to is our connections.to list. And there is no exclusions. We are, we're gonna override the channel. Null on the exclusion there. And I'm gonna send this over a different channel. Oh, I need move data. From the server, move data as well. What am I? Oh. What's up, Rick? Oh my god. I'm yawning. I'm getting tired, apparently. Let me get the reference in here. I thought I added it. I guess I did not. Ambiguous call. This is an ambiguous call because I don't need a pass. I thought I fixed that. Alright, well, for now, we won't change the channel, and we'll deal with that later. Alright, so we build a world snapshot packet, and we're going to broadcast it to all connected clients. Oh, I know, man. Godot is my favorite 2D engine. Tolgal, did you find my stream because of Godot? I have a whole bunch of streams on YouTube on doing game development in Godot. Okay. What are we gonna do with this data on the client side? Let's do some stuff client side here. So we have our snapshot packet in the clients. Go into our move client. Let's register a callback for it now. Packet factory.add callback of snap packet on snapshot. Implement that for me, please. Damn it. So I'm not going to implement anything fancy, by the way, on the well, obviously this is a console application, first of all. But I'm not going to implement this as an entity component framework and write a rendering component of the Moose system. We're just going to get this snapshot and we're going to render the damn thing in live mode, and then we'll start building up on top of that, because in a snapshotting interpolation network engine, by the way, you don't want to render the live data that you get in from a snapshot. You want to buffer all of that snapshot data for each object, and you render in the past. Typically, you want to buffer, say, you want at least 3 frames. You want at least 3 frames or snapshot packets before you start rendering, because you need to interpolate, right? We need to smooth out between snapshots, and you might drop a frame. Right, you might only have 2 of the 3, but you need at least 2 to interpolate, so that's why you usually want 3, so we're always rendering in the past, and that's okay. Okay, so we have our snapshot. Data, we should have, oops. Make that public. Grab the points. var point in points. We have the ID. We're not going to worry about ID right now. We just want the data.x. And var velocity is point.data.velocity. And right now, we're actually just going to render x. We're going to ignore velocity because we don't have a ticking system to keep updating x by the previous velocity, right? We'll get to that. But for now, we're just going to render x. Whew. You cannot do it in the Community Edition. You need Enterprise. Or maybe the Professional Edition does it. But I think it's all Enterprise now, right? All right, how are we going to render X, by the way? How are we going to render X? It's a good question. Let me look at something. Console.write. I think I can give not a value. I think I just want to set the cursor. Oh, hold on. Well, that's all writing. Right? Yeah. So we're going to set the cursor position. So I want to do a console clear. So we're going to clear out the console. For every render frame that comes in, we want to set the position, and we want to should we just use the whole? I think we're just gonna use the whole number. So it's a var x int is an int of x, so we're just gonna floor it basically. X int and y let's just go a few in, right? I don't care. And then we'll say console.write a big 0 as our player. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna fire this bad boy up and see that we get object reference errors. Of course we do. If connections.count is 0, just return. We don't need to send snapshots if there is nothing to snapshot. All right, move clients, debug, starts. Okay, we know login works. We don't need that. What's our problem here? We have connections. Where is this coming from? But connection should be null there. We have a data point. ID is 0, velocity in X, cool. Oh, Bifrost, oh, that's what's null. Start's not getting called? That's right. Let's see if something else breaks here. There we go. Start up. So we get our points, which is 0 data points. How is that possible? Let me see what's going on here. Oh, this is on the client side. No, this is on... Why did this not get deserialized? Hold on, guys. Let's put a breakpoint there. All right, so how much data do we have? 192 bits of data, which is 24 bytes. That's a lot of data, by the way. We're already 16 in, so let's get the... And of course, we just disconnected. But we have one count. Oh, I see the bug already. You know what helps is if you add this, if you add that to our list. All right, let's try that again. I should probably get chat up. Sorry, guys, didn't have chat up. I didn't have chat up and not one person is talking to me. That's okay. Everyone is at the edge of their seats, waiting for the fun to happen, right? So we get some data points. And we convert. All right, let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens, guys. We're probably going to move off the screen because we don't... There we go. What is the... we are going to just do a little clamp on here. We're just going to do a little bit of a clamp. If x int is greater than 50, x int is equal to 50. And I don't know if 50 is the right number. But we're gonna find out. You gotta love that sweet, sweet refresh clear, huh? So that's us clamping at 50, right? On the server, we're moving. So I think to fix this, let's just make a little fix to the server and clamp not at 200. But at 50. What are we building? 80 character per stand internal, isn't it? Yeah, it is, it is. But I don't care. It's late. And I just want to make sure we got some stuff working. Okay. Okay. Movement has happened, everybody. Protobuff is great, buddy. Keep using Protobuff. You don't know how they made it. They do bit compression, right? So if you send, I want to send an integer, which is normally 4 bytes, but the value that you're sending is value 1. They can send that basically in 2 bits. They can send the value 1 in 2 bits, or maybe not 2 bits. Maybe it's like 4 bits or 5 bits. But basically, they don't have to use 4 whole bytes to send the value 1, even though they say, hey, send an integer. Because they know that 1 has a small range, so they set a header on the variable that says, hey, this is only using 1 bit of data. So they read that 1 bit, which is 1 or 0, and then they cast that to an integer. And the bigger the number, obviously, it'll use more bits up to the max of 4 bytes. Good night, Bees Rep. And we do the same thing, right? Our system is very similar. Come on, guys. Let's hear the amazingness. Let's hear the amazingness as we have networked console movement going on. So do you guys see how it's not... This is actually as smooth as you could probably get in a console, right, where you're moving by columns, by the way, because we can't move by subcolumns. But we have no packet loss going on. You guys want to? Should we simulate some packet loss? Let's simulate some packet loss and see what happens there. We can do that in... Right now, we can't pass it through the system. We have to do it internally. That's fine, though. If I can remember where we create our configuration. There it is. Okay, so config.packets. Let's see, simu. I think it's in here. We'll look it up if it's not in here. Apparently it's not in there. Okay. Let me see if it's on the pier itself. And now we look it up. We're going back in time. Let's look this up. If we go and we look at their wiki, lag simulation. Using the netpeer config class. Isn't that what we're using? Am I just being weird? Maybe it's not enabled. You know what? That's possible here. Let's load up that project. We might have to enable it at compile time. Nets. What's it called? The netpeer connection. Netpeer config. So if debug, that's send packet. That's not what I'm looking for. I need the config. Netpeer configuration. Privates. Simulation. Whoa. Oh, that's if. All right. So it's only in debug. That's fine. We have the debug library. We can drop it in. Okay, back to our code, rebuild. Now we can do config.simulate. Okay, simulate loss. Is equal to what? All right, so let's float. A value disable this feature value will make half your sent packet subscription. Okay, let's say we have 20% packet loss. And this is a float. Don't let your dreams be dreams. What? Okay. 20% packet loss. Let's find out what happens. Debug starts. Excuse me, guys. Let me rebuild everything. Okay, and now start up our instance here. And let's see what it looks like with 20% packet loss. And we might have to, we're actually sending we might have to up the packet loss and some latency. But you can kind of see some jumping happening. It's not necessarily as smooth. We are sending a lot of packets all the time, by the way. So packet loss might be, we might be getting past 20% packet loss. Let's up it. Let's up it. Because we're not sending like 30 packets a second right now. We have no cap on the packets we send. So we're probably sending, 200 packets a second or something like that. Something ridiculous. Which we will fix, of course. Because that's just too much data to try and send. Let's up it to 80% packet loss. Let's see if our system is compensating for that much packet loss. By the way, that's how you get over packet loss. Send more data more quickly. So interesting, because we're sending 80% less packets, we're not flickering as much because less packets are coming in and we're clearing less often. Let's add some latency. And we need to get tick rates in there. Simulate. Okay, simulate an average latency. Let's see what that is. Minimum and random. Let's simulate a minimum latency. Equals 0 points, and we will simulate 200 milliseconds of latency on top of a lot of packet loss. Let's see what happens. And I might need to, you know what, how we can also, just for now, let's throw a cap on our loop, on our run loop. We're gonna put a sleep of, I want to run this 30 times a second. Yeah, that's right. So let's put a 30 milliseconds, right? So we should only be sending 30 packets a second now, not, I don't know, we were probably sending like 200 packets a second. Which is way too much, way too much. Let's see what happens this time. So now I think it's a little more apparent, right, of what's going on. We have a lot of packet loss. We have some latency going on. Do you see how we're stopped? We're jumping around. We're smooth, we're not dropping. Stop, jumping. See how jittery it gets? Is that, I think that's a little more clear now. Oh, and we just got disconnected, by the way. We had so much packet loss. 80% packet loss is a lot of packet loss. You're probably going to lose your connection. But we had so much packet loss and so much latency that we just got disconnected. We couldn't keep the pings going back and forth long enough. So let's drop some of the packet loss because that was probably crazy. Let's drop it to 50% packet loss. That's still a lot of packets being dropped. Okay. So you can still see that we're jumping around and still relatively kind of horrible. Real jittery. Real jittery. We're going to take off packet loss and latency and see if it goes back to being real smooth in a moment here. But you can see how right there was a jump, right? Little, oh, jump, catch up, catch up. That's how things are going to look at in a raw scenario over the internet. Now, 50% is probably too much packet loss in a standard situation, but 5% packet loss is not uncommon. So this is as smooth as we can make it, sending 30 frames a second. And this is actually pretty smooth. If you watch it, there's not going to be any pauses. There won't be any lerps, right? There won't be any stuttering going on. This is us just moving column by column by column at 5 columns a second. Because we have a velocity of 5, right? So we move 5 columns a second. And we can move 50 columns, so every 10 seconds we should bounce. I was counting it. But so that's as smooth as we can get. Obviously, this is a console window, right? You can't really get smooth movement because we move from whole column to whole column. You can't move between columns. We will get a better movement client in place that that is not console based, right? Where we can actually move like a ball or a square and rendered across the screen, and we can actually see real smoother movement going on instead of this. But that's what we got, guys. That's what we got today. Finally, though, we're sending real-time network data and network movement across the wire. That's not horrible, right? That's not horrible. It's a base framework for us to get up and running. Oh, you know what we should do? All right, one more thing that I want to do. One more thing that I'm going to do. So we can show client and server. And you can see the effect of latency that's going to happen. Okay, so in our mover system, right after we've moved, let's just do this. It'll simulate both sides of the equation. So on the far right side will be our server, and I'll move it to the below, and then over here is our client. So below is server, above is client. We are on the same machine. We're not simulating any latency. So obviously it's very close, but you can even still see here that the server is like one column ahead, right? The server is essentially one column ahead. Slady, how many players? We want to support large player numbers per node, yes. Large player numbers per node. Right now that we have this test, let's simulate some big latency, and we can see where latency kind of kicks in and becomes an issue, right? So we won't simulate packet loss, but we will simulate, we'll simulate 200 milliseconds of latency. Let's see if that's enough latency to show anything. Let's find out. Server over there. You could kind of see the edge out here. Let's bump that up to a full second. Yeah, 200 milliseconds is not so bad, but understand that most games are doing latency hiding and smoothing and simulation on your 200 milliseconds, right? So there we go. So now you can see that the server is essentially a full second ahead. And obviously even 200 milliseconds can be pretty rough. Yeah, 200 milliseconds can be pretty rough. If you're talking about Twitch games with like hit scan type weapons or mechanics, even 200 milliseconds could be make or break for your game if you don't implement some type of lag system. But all right, guys, we're going to be calling it a night. It's almost 10 o'clock. I put in like 6 hours of stream time tonight. This is a good stream. This is a good note to end it on. We got latency showing. We got client and server going here. This is great. Tomorrow I'll have a better idea how we want to actually handle snapshot collection and all that jazz. We'll clean it up. It'll be better. And more importantly, though, we will start working on the client side smoothing, interpolation on the client side, so we get rid of, and we'll do more packet loss, right? So we can see that we're not losing data and stuff like that. But all right, guys, that's it for tonight. Hope you guys had fun. I'm signing off. I'll be back tomorrow because I'm having a lot of fun. Hope you guys are back tomorrow. But until then, see you next time.